Good morning, everybody. First of all, apologies for the delay in starting the event. When it rains a little bit in Logroño, it becomes impossible to get around because of the school run, people getting stuck in traffic jams. And also the kids going off on outings with their schools, and the school buses, and it was difficult to park. So I'm Raúl Herrero, you know me, I'm the representative for the region for Lallemand. I'd like to welcome you to Enotour 2024 of Lallemand BIO. On this occasion, we're going to talk about climate change and the adapting agriculture. And also we're going to have a tasting at the end with the examples of the trending wines and see if between all of us we can help the sector to develop. First speaker is Michel Bouffard. Michel has a diploma from the Wines and Spirits Trust. She's Canadian. She works in TV and as a trainer. She's a writer. The second edition of her book is out on climate change. And she's an expert in climate change in the wine sector. And there's a symposium every 2 years, very important internationally. And she does a lot of research and brings new data for the sector about climate change. As well, last week, she passed stage 2 of the Master of Wines exams. So for next year, when she finishes her research, she could be a Master of Wine. So thank you, Michel. Thank you, all of you, for coming from all over Spain, from Levante, Extremadura, La Mancha, Castilla y León, and of course from the Basque Country, La Rioja and Navarra, from Madrid. There are a few from Madrid, colleagues from Lallemand BIO. And again, just like to repeat apologies for the delay. You can be following us in streaming, so I'd like to pass the floor to Michel, talking about global warming and adaptation strategies for the world of wine. So thank you very much, everyone, for coming, and let's start the event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raúl. Thanks for having me. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I do not speak Spanish, so I will be speaking English. It's a pleasure to be here. I know that climate change is the topic of the hour, and that's what we talk about every day. But I started to be interested in climate change in 2005. So long before that it became the topic of the hour. And I founded Tasting Climate Change in 2017 when I wanted to bring the top experts in the world together to exchange on the solution to mitigate and adapt climate change. Following that, I wrote a book with a scientist in a Master of Wine. It's kind of a guide for the trade that talks about the solution. So today what I'll do, the last conference that I had, it was in Montreal. Ray actually was a speaker at it. What I'm going to do today, it's such a vast topic, and so Raúl said, can you just do a presentation on solutions? I'm like, we would be there for weeks. I only have 40 minutes. So I'll give you a little bit of resume of what was discussed in January at the conference, but also I do conference all over the world, and the challenge that a wine region has now, often a wine region had before you, had the same challenge before you. I know that in Spain, for example, water is a big issue. It has been a challenge. Well, it's been a challenge for a long time in Australia. So, you know, I'll share some of the techniques or the knowledge that I think you can benefit from, and most importantly, connect with people from other regions that have experienced those issues long before. Those are my contact information. The conference that I did in January, we had 30 speakers from all around the world that came to Montreal. We had 500 people attend, and the conference is not online yet, but if you want to have access to it, it's 2 full days of top experts in the world, from microbiologists to soil experts. So if you want to have access to that conference, it's in English. Just email me and I will send you the link. And it's a lot of very, very useful information. So I just start, before talking about climate change, I like to put things in perspective. So for sure, when we look at the growth of the CO2 emissions in the world, it is linked directly by more human on the planet. This data comes from the United Nations. So you can see 2007, we were at 6.56 billion, and then we're expecting to go to 9 billion by 2050. We're at about 8 billion right now. When we talk about water, we'll talk about water in a bit, but currently 70% of the water on the planet is used for agriculture. That's not viticulture. I'm talking about cereal to feed the planet. And so we, according to the United Nations, between now and 2050, we're going to need an increase of water usage to feed the people by 70%. So you make the equation, it doesn't add up, right? We're not going to have enough water to plant those cereal, the agriculture that we need to feed the people. So that's one. Water, I believe, besides what the CO2 emission is doing, obviously all the negative impact, I think water will be what we will be the most worried about in the future, much more than now. And that just shows here the increase of the CO2 emission. So you can see that 2019 we had 415 ppm, and then if we continue to that rate, and we haven't shown at all that we're reducing the CO2 emission. If you follow the news, you probably heard that last year was the warmest year ever recorded on record in the world. So you can see that if we continue in 40 years from now, we are going to be at 600 ppm. And most scientists say that at 600 ppm, it's going to be very difficult for most species to live on the planet, including us. I start with a pretty dramatic look at what it is, but the reason that I do what I do, and I would say 3/4 of my work, is to talk to researchers and focus on the solution. I truly, truly believe that they are a solution, and if we all blame someone else for what is not done, we will not do everything. But I do believe that all of us together, if we focus on the solution, there's actually a lot of things we can do. 4 more slides of depressing, and then we go to the solution. Is that okay? Yeah? So I wrote a book with a scientist. That is in my book. The scientist Hervé Quenol did that part, and it comes directly from that. It's basically the uniting a lot of different research that were done. What you can see on the top is, on the left is from 1986 to 2005. On the right, what we're projecting from 2081 to 2100. And you can see on the top, it's what we're projecting in increased temperature, and on the bottom, the problem is some people will suffer extreme drought, while other people will suffer extreme rain, right? And unfortunately, often it is the region with very little financial means. We saw it in Pakistan with, lots of the rain. Often the most poor people are the one, or the country are the one that will suffer the most. So my book is sold out, and we just finished a 2nd edition that's going to be published in August. And so that is the very latest study here that we have. And so basically they did a study, and it was the first time ever that they compiled 150 studies from different scientists to see, okay, where are we going? And what they're saying is, it's not like we're not going to produce wine anymore in some of the region. It's saying that some of the regions will no longer be able to produce quality wine, right? So there's a nuance there. So we're saying that, well, about 90% of the coastal and low altitude wine regions in Southern Europe and California will no longer be able to produce quality wine. If we increase to above 2 degrees Celsius, well, we're getting close to that, unfortunately. So they're saying the only possible situation is, solution is we relocate to higher altitude. I already know producers, for example, in Australia, who've purchased vineyard in Tasmania, and they are in the mainland because they know it's becoming too difficult, right? So I think there's a lot of producers that I know have already done that. There's producers on the West Coast in Oregon. I know this year they sold their vineyards because they can no longer be sustainable. There's fire, there's drought. So it's already happening. I live in Canada, in British Columbia this year. We're not going to make any wine at all. You might not know that, but we do make wine in Canada. We have a really healthy wine growing region. And in British Columbia, in 2024, no wine at all will be made. They lost everything to frost in the winter, which is not very typical for that region. And they have fires now every year. So about 80 producers out of 200 producers have put their vineyards on sale. So it's already happening. And so what they're saying, resume of this is southern France will be severely affected, southern Rhône, Languedoc-Roussillon, and on the bottom, what they're showing is possibly the region that will benefit. I'm questioning British Columbia because I'm from there and I think they've missed the fires and the frost. So it's not looking good. Maybe for Quebec. In Quebec, we're making more and more wine. So we're starting to see wine regions appearing. And overall, they're saying Europe will remain the main region for wine producing region, but we might see wine regions shifting in terms of where they are located. So let's go into the positive part. I really believe that there's a lot of solution, and I also very believe in the role that the wine industry can play to change things around. I know it's very optimistic, but I believe in it. So I could not talk about everything. As I said, we would have been here for a long time. I'm just going to focus. The goal today is to focus on some of the solution just to kind of get you thinking. And if those topic interests you, like I said, they were all discussed at my conference, and each of them have 1 hour presentation just on each of those topics. So you can email me and I'll send you the link, and you can, so I'll just kind of do an overview of what are the things as a producer that you should be thinking about right now. So we'll talk first, regenerative agriculture. It's, in my view, the future. There's an institute called the Rodel Wine Institute. They have been researching regenerative agriculture since 1947. And what they believe is that just by agriculture, if we do the right thing, we could sequestrate 100% of the CO2 emission in the soil. But that demands a huge shift in the way we do agriculture. So I know some of you will say, we can do that in our region, it's too dry. I'm going to prove you that you can, because there are other producers in the region who live in a very arid climate, who have managed to do it, and they're not losing crop. And so one of the main things is to increase the organic matter in the soil. The United Nations published a study in the world. We lost 1/3 of the topsoil. If you lose your topsoil and your organic matter, you don't feed your people because your cereal will not survive and your vines will not survive in the long term. So the main thing is increase organic matter, and not only you are more fertile, but you also sequestrate carbon. The other thing is reducing external input. We know that the reason we lost so much of the topsoil is from the 1970s, where we used so much chemicals in the soil, and that's killing everything, and eventually it leads to desertification. It leads to loss of organic matter. We need to promote biodiversity. We also need to reintegrate the animals. There's an amazing, amazing documentary I all encourage you to see. I've seen it 3 times. It's called Kiss the Ground. And it just talks about regenerative agriculture and the role the animals can play in contributing to increase of organic matter in the soil. So it doesn't mean you all need to have cows and sheep, but there's a lot of wine regions where you just rent, you borrow your next door neighbor's sheep in the winter. It's done in a lot of regions in the world, so that's possible to do that. And one of the things that I love about regenerative agriculture, it's holistic, but it's actually based on science. It's, they look at science to decide what they are going to do, and a big part of it is understanding that if you apply all of those things, you are going to be resilient as a community because your community will survive. And so that's a big thing. So, as I was saying, the main thing with regenerative agriculture is to increase the carbon sequestration in the soil. You need to improve the soil health. Marc-André Solos, I don't know if any of you know him. He is one of the world's specialists in soil. He speaks all over the world. He's written, I think, 10 books. He came to speak at my conference. It was the highlight of the conference. The conference was a room full of producers, and they were listening to each of the words, because he talks about how to reintroduce the organic matter, also how you need to have cover crop. And I know in some region, when I was driving through Riojafórum, I see bare soil. I'll tell you a story. I was in the Southern Rhone last year. It was 49 degrees Celsius in July. And there was a producer that he's just doing trials right now because he's converting to, it was organic, but organic doesn't mean that you're regenerative agriculture. You could have organic, but bare soil, right? Regenerative agriculture means having cover crop. And at least in the winter time, and then comes the spring, you can mow and introduce them to the soil, grow your organic matter, and also use them for mulch, so it prevents evapotranspiration. So I was with him, and he had 1 row of bare soil, and he was doing trial because he's converting to regenerative agriculture. And on the row with the topsoil, he had soil sensor. And it was 10 degrees less in temperature underneath than the soil with no cover crop. So, of course, if you do that, then you keep you have less loss of water through the soil. You also have less soil compaction. So when the rain comes, and we know with climate change, when the rain comes, sometimes it comes quite violently. So if you don't have any organic matter and you have compacted soil, you're going to lose the water. So cover crop and no tilling. And I know for a long time in the wine industry, I know some of the wine regions, when I tell them that, they're like, oh my God, no tilling, we cannot do that. It's key. Because if you destroy the microbial's life, you destroy the mycorrhiza, which play an essential role in transporting the water and nutrients to the vine. So actually maximizing the usage of water in your soil, and you are sequestrating carbon. So I really encourage you to read about, I could talk about this for a long time. Before we change topic, I just want to share one of the producers I admire a lot. I spent a lot of time with her over the years. Her name is Vanya. Vanya from Cullen Wines in Margaret River. In Margaret River, the soils are very old. They're 650 million years old, so they're very poor in organic matter. She is biodynamic, but also regenerative, because it doesn't mean because you're biodynamic yet you're regenerative agriculture. And they started to do some research since 2014, and she has increased incredibly the organic matter, but also the carbon in the soil by 1.9%, which is huge, which means that today, the CO2 emissions that she captures in the soil offsets the carbon emission that she produces. So she's carbon negative. And it's not in a wet, we're not talking about a wet region where there's a lot of water. She has cover crop all year long. I have another friend in the Yarra Valley. He doesn't irrigate at all. He uses mulch, and is doing regenerative agriculture, and it's working. So it doesn't mean because you're in an area with very little water, there's a way to do it. You need to look at the species you're using for cover crops. So you need to do some research. You also might have a compromise. I know a producer in the Southern Rhone, what he's doing right now is converting organic to regenerative, and he's searching the type of species, because what I like also about that philosophy, you need to find what works for you. And what works for you where you're located might not be what works for your neighbor. So you need to do some research in terms of the cover crop and so on, how to do it. And so he's finding it difficult for the water. So he's irrigating a little bit right now, knowing, just to help the transition, knowing that eventually when everything is in place, he will need to either irrigate zero or very little. So, there's also a transition phase, step by step. It's a long road, but there's ways to do it so it's not dramatic and you don't obviously lose your crop. So I already said that. And if you want to, I encourage you, if you don't know much about it, go on those websites. They're amazing and they really explain what they are. And those websites, take a picture. John Kempf, best book ever. Every producer I know that they have converted have read these books. So really, really good information for you there. So quickly about water management. You're all producer. I'm not going to tell you how to grow, but I just want to share some of the techniques that are used in other countries where water is scarce. So 83% of the world vineyards are irrigated. Are you surprised at that number? No? Yes? Who's surprised that 83% of the vineyards are irrigated? Oh, you're smart. When I asked that question in France, everyone raised their hand. We did not know. So most of the vineyards are irrigated in the world. So what can you do without irrigation, or at least minimizing? Because as you know, and I think people from Catalonia saw that, at some point the vine will die if there's no water. So, of course. But what can you do to at least maximize the water that you have so that you don't rely so much on irrigation? I think if you saw in South Africa, in some years in 2018, 2019, they told people that, that were like agriculturists, viticulturists, to not irrigate at all because the population did not have enough water to drink. That's where we're heading. So you need to think forward. What can you do to get ready for that? So I think soil management is number one, right? No compaction, introducing organic matter, that's key. Cover crop, canopy management, of course. I just want to highlight a few things. We need to be creative. In the past, people have done with it. If you look at Santorini, if you look at Heras, right? The sorpia in Heras that they do in the winter. In Santorini, the kulura, they didn't know about climate change. They just knew they wanted to grow and they had no water. So I think we need to rethink slowly what are the possibilities. We need to think outside of the box. Are there things we can do differently to help us? Density of plantation. We were all learning often from France. Burgundy was idolized, right? 10,000 plants per hectare. That's the way to make quality wine. It doesn't work if water is scarce. So I think in some parts of the world, we really need to relook at the density of plantation. That's key. Canopy management. I can see some regions being creative. For example, in Burgundy, some producers are starting to play with, they have the VSP, the vertical shoot position, and they tie 2 rows over, like they almost make a bridge with the canopy over, so it provides shade. And there's one producer, Rapé, he's doing that, and it's actually providing shade, right? So again, there's creative way that we need to explore how can we have shade. Rootstock. In France, 73% of the vineyards are planted on 5 rootstock. That's no good. We need to do research, and right now if you look at Montpellier, all the research center are doing a lot of research on rootstock. We need more rootstock, and we need rootstock that will be we need to relook at which rootstock work for a place and also for water management. Key. Nettings, right? You can use, we think of nets for hail, but there's some producers in hot area that are using net for UV because you reduce the intensity of the light and you can choose the white net versus the black versus the green is different. So that's another solution. I was visiting a producer in Austria last year, and she said, we just went to Australia and we discovered this, and we started to apply it on Riesling, and it works, and it's kaolin. So if you go to a region like the Hunter Valley, for example, you have the difficulty of having heat and humidity. So you want to open your canopy, but it's hot. How do you protect those grapes? So what they do, they open the canopy and they put sunscreen, it's clay, on the grapes, and you know, when you vinify the clay, it just falls, it's organic, it just falls at the bottom of the tank, so it's not a problem. So I know producers now that visited those producers, like in Austria, which you never thought they would need it, are starting to trial with that. So that's something to look for. I know that in some years, some of you had burnt grapes, clay is organic and it's a natural sunscreen for, and that's kaolin, that's the clay that they're using to spray the grapes there. So I think I just want to focus on 3 things if you do irrigate. So in Israel, they were amazing. All the irrigation system came from that. They maximized the water. And people like in Australia, they had to come up with, they had to use those techniques, because if you don't, in Australia, the cost of water is so high, it increased the cost per hectare by $4,500. So if you use water, you use it very carefully because it's so expensive. So what they have done is they're using different techniques. So regulated irrigation, what it does is up to budding, you irrigate, and you irrigate actually, if you can, when the water, I know some producer in Australia, they irrigate during the winter when there's more water, so they really can maximize the water in the soil. So they will irrigate until the budding, and then from fruit set to veraison, regulated deficit irrigation means that you reduce the water you irrigate. So by doing that, you don't lose, you actually increase the quality of the fruit, the phenolic ripeness, and you decrease the amount of water. So if you talk to producer in McLean Vale, for example, by doing that and by using soil probe, they measure the water in the soil, in the plant, and they decide how much to irrigate. Every producer I talk to, they do that. They reduce the water irrigation by 30 to 50%. That is huge. So it works. And when you don't have a lot of water, that's a great way. So investigate on that. I can put you in touch with producers who use it. The other thing that's very effective, but it has not been adapted as much, is partial root zone drying. Because for it to work, you need 2 systems of irrigation. So you need 2 drip irrigation system per vine. So it's expensive to put in place. And what you do is you only irrigate one side. When the other side is not irrigated, you're tricking the vine to think that there's a drought coming, even though it's not quite true. So the vine starts being careful on how much water it's using, and you're reducing, again, 50% of the water. It's very effective, and you don't reduce the yield at all. That's the amazing thing with this. But because you need the true drip irrigation, it's expensive installation, so most people in Australia, they go for what we call RDI, the first one. There's a very new research in Washington by Dr. Peter Jacoby called direct root zone. And what he's done, and it's working, so we'll see how far it goes, but he's digging a hole of 60 centimeters in the ground, and with a small tube. And basically what it does, the water goes directly deep down. It doesn't irrigate at all the topsoil. So all the small roots that you don't, in the weeds, are not irrigated. You go, and so you maximize the water. And what he's found is reduction of water usage by 40 to 60%, and no decrease in yield at all. So I think for the future, if you continue to have drought problem, you need to, if you don't know those techniques, especially the first one, the regulated deficit irrigation, talk to producers in Australia. They all do it. It saved them so much money. California, a famous producer, Ridge, you might have heard of them, they said that when they started to do that, they actually irrigated only once a year, because they realize, I'm monitoring, I'm using tools, there's a lot of technology you can use to now that makes it easy to measure the water plant, the availability of water in the plant and in the soil. And by doing that, you see, okay, what do I have in the soil? What do I have in the plant? And from that, I decide how much I irrigate. And Ridge, on the young vine, they irrigate once to twice a year. On the old vine, they don't irrigate anymore, because they realize from those measures, they didn't need it. So really, really key. By the time you see the vine struggling, it's too late. You need to understand before that. And quickly, on the cellar, you cannot change what you don't measure, and that's true for everything. So we use so much water to clean the winery, so much. And there's a lot of way that you can recycle that water. There's a lot of creativity that's been done. Silver Oak, the Jackson family in California, they have developed a method that you recycle the water, and you treat the water in the winery, and you can reuse it. And so we need to reduce the water. Right now, we're using 2 liters of water for each liter of wine produced. I always hear people, well, but avocado are worse. There's always someone else that's worse than us, for sure. But I think we have a responsibility. And if you know, the Water Footprint Network is just one of the examples of a company who can come and they can help you measure how much water you're using and help you to find a strategy to reduce the water. Concha y Toro, big producer in Chile, they've done that, reduced the amount of water they use in the winery by 70%. So it's a lot. So you can make a lot of difference by measuring and having a plan. Quickly on agroforestry, it's the new topic of the hour. Anyone here has adopted the agroforestry? Anyone in the room looking at it? No? So vines and trees have always been beside each other, right? But after the Second World War, we wanted to mechanize, we wanted to do faster, we wanted to harvest mechanically. We just did monoculture. We know that monoculture is not perfect, right? It decreases the biodiversity. There's a lot of research being done, especially in France right now with agroforestry, introducing the trees. You need to be very careful when you do that, because obviously you compete for water. So you need to write the right species. You need to respect a number of trees per hectare, and you need to respect a distance. But when you do, you can reduce the microclimate of your parcel. There's a project right now in France called Vitiforest. They've done research in different regions, and in one of the parcels, they reduce the temperature by 2.5 degrees Celsius. Huge. So you can make a change, and it's reducing the temperature. It increases the biodiversity, right? Just a bath can eat 10 times the weight of its 10 times its weight of in insect. So it increases the biodiversity, shade. When you have hail, it actually creates a barrier against hail. You can play with it for the winds also. If you have really cold wind or really warm wind coming, increase the carbon storage also, increase the microbial life in the soil. And there's a really interesting trial by Les Vignerons de Buzet. Les Vignerons de Buzet, there's a really interesting trial. They find that if they cut the trees in certain ways, by cutting the trees, it encourages the roots of the trees to go further down, and the roots communicate with the roots of the vine. It actually increases the mycorrhiza. And the mycorrhiza, it's great because they transmit the water and the nutrients to the vine. So actually, if you can have a symbiosis between the trees and the vine, and you plant it correctly, respecting it, then you can, it's a way to also deal with a lack of water, on top of having shade, providing shade if you're in a really warm area. So it's a complicated thing. You need to do some research. Again, if that interests you, there's a lot of specialists. Les Vignerons de Buzet is one of them. Vitiforest is another one. Read on it, but it's definitely one of the tools that needs to be explored. I was really happy to see that in Spain, at least in Rioja, because I was just here, that you're reviving some of the grapes. You know, Tempranillo is great, but you have so many other grapes. And it's quite scary to think of Burgundy with Pinot Noir. What happens if Pinot Noir cannot be grown anymore? So to rely on multiple grapes is a strength. I look at the Rhone Valley, they're way better equipped to deal with climate change in Burgundy right now, because they have so many grapes. So the world has 6,000 grapes, according to the OIV. Interesting, if you look, 13 of the grapes cover 1/3 of the world's vineyard, and 30 covers half of the world vineyards. We were not that creative, were we? It's kind of boring. So let's be creative. Let's introduce new flavors. I can promise you the consumers are ready for it. I know you love Tempranillo. Thank you for bringing back Maturana in Rioja. Think of Masuelo, all of those beautiful grapes. Grenache is highly adapted to climate change. Clonal diversity, right? Just within Grenache, we know as today 500 different clones. So we need to explore that also. I'm just going to share something that was shared at my conference. Etienne Neitling is a scientist. He's done a lot of research on clonal and a way to use different clones in a vineyard to mitigate climate change. And this is just some stats, okay? But it shows you how little we're using. In France, 4 clones of Chenin Blanc only, 94%. Cabernet Sauvignon, only 3 clones. I just told you that we know there's at least 500 clones of Grenache and 1,000 clones of Pinot Noir. Why are we just relying on a few clones? Each clone has a different adaptability. So if you want to preserve your region as you know it and the flavor, massal selection and exploring different clones is definitely a way to keep the grapes, but having adaptability at the same time. Raoul said, will you talk about hybrids? Very quickly, controversial, right? Hybrids, I know a lot of people in the Penedès trying hybrids right now. Hybrids, obviously, the newly developed hybrids were created to resist to fungal diseases and also drought. There was a producer who came to speak at my conference a few years ago in Alto Adige. They've been planting those grapes for 20 years. And I asked them, after 20 years, are you starting to spray again? Are the vines losing resistance? And also the disease mutate. So are they finding a way around that? They are. They're not spraying those vines as much, but they are starting to spray more than they did 20 years ago. So I think that resistant grapes, the cépage résistants, they call them, I think there's definitely a tool, but it's fairly new. I think we have to be careful not to put the eggs all in the same basket. I think it should be a tool, but if I were a producer, I would not decide to plant only to that, because disease will find a way around, it will mutate eventually. It's definitely a tool, but I think it needs to be a tool in the box. That's my thought. Keep always on top of what's happening in technology and research. What you're seeing on the, I know that frost has been a problem with a lot of different regions. Candles are expensive. They don't work a lot. Smudge pot, well, it's not very good for the environment. The wind machine works, but only so much. It depends. This is an example of technology, Frolight in Belgium. It's infrared. So you can use them at any time with no problem. So the infrared light is working very effectively on the bud, much more than any other technology right now. There's always something. A lot of people are doing research, so stay on top of the technology, what's happening to help you win that fight against all of the challenges that are coming your way. And those are just quickly, you know, just to remind you, there's always new technology, whether it's the robot, whether it's the tractors, the drone. They're not just doing, they're not a tractor just anymore. I like to show that. In North America, that tractor is like, there's a waiting list. The producers have a waiting list. It's the son of Robert Mondavi that kind of invented that. He was on the project. But it's a machine with its solar panel on top. And that tractor does, like, they can read the plants, they can tell you on the disease of the plant, they can tell you on the water availability in the plant. So it's much more than a tractor. It can do so much. And they're trying to make it affordable, a similar price than a regular tractor. So there's so much happening right now in technology. And I think, again, the more tools you have, the more chance you have to win that fight. Raoul, I'm almost done. I know you're looking at the time. So, carbon emission. We have a responsibility in the wine industry to reduce the carbon emission. You know, there's two parts of the fight. How can we adapt? How can we mitigate? Be careful. If you do greenwashing, it's not going to work well for you. There's a lot of greenwashing happening right now with a lot of the producers, and the press knows it. They communicate that. So if you decide to engage in that, make sure that you're doing the right thing, because it's not going to work just to use, we're doing this, we're mitigating climate change. This was done by California in 2011, but they redid the same thing not a long time ago, and they came with the same result. Bordeaux did the same thing, came with the same result. So pretty much what it's saying is the packaging is responsible for up to 40% of the carbon footprint of a bottle of wine, 40%, okay? Then the rest goes to transportation, which is 13, and then it breaks it down. So I'm sorry to tell you this, but if you are using a heavy bottle in 2024, it's irresponsible. I know I'm shocking some of you, but to me, it's just not responsible, knowing what we know today. And I'll tell you what, there's tons of journalists, not just in Canada, but around the world, they will not review your wine, even if it's good, if it's heavy bottle. I know a company, a group of journalists, they take a balance, they took the empty bottle, they weighed it, and they have a wall of shame, and they write all the names of the producers that use heavy bottle, and they publish it. So the trade is behind you, the trade is with you. So if you adopt a lightweight bottle, they will be with you. They will communicate to the consumer it is the right thing to do. And as you know, the monopoly, the SAQ, the Système Bolaget, now the Sustainable Wine Table, they are a group of people getting together, and they've made a commitment to use lightweight bottle. So if you're not doing it now, you will be forced to do it eventually. So I would say, get on it. Okay, transportation. There's a lot more wine being transported in bulk. Hildebrand did that for me. They just simulated from Montreal to Barossa with the kind of carbon emission, obviously your top premium wine are not going to be transported in bulk. But knowing that 90% of the wines that are purchased are drunk within the first 24 hours of purchase, we have to ask ourselves, the high volume wine and the everyday drinking wine, do really all need to be transported in bottle? You can see the carbon emission here. You know, the very top is the dry container by the bottle, and the two slots at the bottom is bulk. And you can see the difference in carbon emission, right? Flexi tank and ISO tank. I'll give you an example. Kim Crawford in Marlborough is the #1 seller at the SAQ for the last, I don't know, 10 years. It's not inexpensive. It's a premium wine in our market. It's $23 a bottle. From September, they will ship everything in bulk, in bottle at the SAQ. Fantastic, because those wines are purchased, drunk immediately. So why not ship in bulk? And if you have doubt about bulk, Ray in the back, who will be speaking, did a whole presentation on bulk, because when he was a buyer at Naked Wine, he worked with bulk a lot. And he had a huge slide at my conference. It says, bulk wine, just do it. So if you have questions about how to do it, Ray can help you with that. And then just to kind of give you overview of the carbon footprint of each of the packaging, you can see that the heavyweight bottle is a lot more. And then, you know, there's so many alternative packaging coming up. So explore, have fun. And the younger generation, they are willing to try those containers. So your rosé, meant to drink yesterday, or, you know, your fresh, bright white wine meant to drink now. Perfect to explore alternative packaging, definitely. So yeah, I just wanted to put all the different carbon emission for you so you can have an idea. And there's still a lot more innovation to come. There's a lot of work being done. At my conference in January, the first world metal bottle was launched, 90 gram, very, very light, and it's easily recyclable. So that's something that is new. And we need to ask yourself, how easy is it to recycle in the market that it gets to, right? Some of the markets, even though glass looks great, the glass is not recycled. So sometimes an alternative packaging is actually better. I'm gonna pass because Raoul is looking at me with big eyes. I'm gonna just go over, I'm gonna finish with this. I think it's very confusing for consumer. You know, it's, I don't know, just think yourself as a, I don't know much about sports or about hockey. It's complicated for me. Or about cars. I just want a car that works. Don't really care. I just want it to, from A to B. Consumer are like that with wine. But the one thing we know, which is very positive, is that they are interested in sustainability. They want to buy a sustainable purchase. Wine Intelligence is a group that do research all over the world. They've done a research that I published in my book. They ask UK, US, Sweden, Canada, lots of different topics, different countries, sorry. If you knew the product was sustainable, how much more you would be willing to pay per bottle? Across all age group, they said $3 more. With the millennials being more, $5. We know right now it's changing a little bit because we have inflation. We are worried that we're not engaging with the young consumer. We know that people are drinking less. We know that the young consumer are drinking spirit, they're drinking beer, they're drinking ready to drink. This is an opportunity for us, the wine industry. We have something that can be a sustainable product. And if we manage to communicate to the consumer what you're doing for sustainability in a way that's clear, concise, effective, certification are great for that, right? I know there's a lot, but if you see, they've done research on that too. If you see a sustainable certification, you're more likely to buy it. So make this an opportunity. It's a challenging time. Just make it for future generation. You're doing the right thing and you're helping also, I believe, the wine industry. So I will finish on that. This is my email. If you want, I really encourage you to look at the conference that I had. There's so many information, the top expert. I'm not the expert, those people are the expert. I'm just translating the information that they have shared. So if you email me, I can send you the link, and you have 16 hours of presentation. You can choose which one interests you, but I think it's a good starting point. Thank you so much. Sorry, Raúl, I was 10 minutes behind. I think it's Spanish style. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Michel. Great presentation. We're going to continue. Michel will be on the stage with us at the end for the tasting, and you can perhaps ask questions then. So the next block, biological tools adapted to climate change. And these are going to be our colleagues from Lallemand. They're going to give some short talks, 20 minutes. 2 presentations now before the coffee break, and then 2 more after the coffee break. And then finish with Ray and the tasting. So the next talk is Javier Tellez. He is the technical director of La Vigne in Lallemand, La Vigne. He's 10 years with us. He's an agricultural engineer from the Polytechnic of Madrid. And his talk today is about the resistance of the vine to water stress and temperature stress. And so
I prepare the next.
¿Listo?
Listo.
Cuando quieras.
So thank you, Raúl. Thank you, everybody, for coming today. It's a pleasure for me to be with you. We've been listening to Michel and the challenges that we have in the future. And one of them is this problem of adapting, to the water stress, temperature stress. We know about the rain yesterday and the rain we've had this morning, but actually the problem is the opposite. You know that the vine is growing, there is water, so it's growing very fast. There's a lot of canopy. And then the summer comes. Tomorrow's the 21st, the summer starts, and high temperatures are predicted for next week. And we've got high temperatures and these heat waves. These vines that have grown too much are going to transpire mass, and they're going to produce water. These high temperatures and these heat waves are going to affect us even more. So it creates an even stronger water stress than in a year which we could consider to be more normal, with not so much rain and not so much growth of the canopy. So in spite of this rain, we have to think about the summer and what's coming. And we have to adapt our vines to this water stress that we're going to have and the heat stress. And as an introduction, very quickly, present the products that we have in La Vigne range based on microbiology for the vineyard. I'm sure you know most of them. La Vigne Resilience, that's for strengthening the plant. And then you have Prohydro, is to improve the adaptation to the water stress and heat stress. Then you have also Cicatrix for recovery of the vines after hail. And then we have Botryles, natural solution to botrytis. And then some new ones from La Vigne, more for ripening. We have La Vigne Aroma to improve the concentration of aromatic precursors in the grape, and Mature to improve the phenolic ripeness, and the important, very often with climate change, it causes headaches. So we're going to talk about adapting to water stress. I'm going to focus in my minutes to talk about the Lavinia Pro Hydro product. And I'm going to try and answer a question. Can we save water by using Pro Hydro? It's a challenge. It's a very challenging question. And following on from what Michel's told us, I totally agree. Water is going to be one of the main problems in the future, the lack of water for agriculture in general and, of course, for viticulture. So having tools, as she explained, to try and help us to manage water in this sense is very interesting. And we are working on this to develop these solutions and these tools. So we're very serious in dealing with this problem. Lots of scientific tests and trials, as in the case which I'm going to show you now, working with this goal of reducing the amount of irrigation. So we worked with pots of the Chardonnay. We tried drip irrigation, an application in the morning at 7 o'clock, 1 dose a day. And we began the difference in the different treatments in the trial from the 20th of June and continued until harvesting on the 2nd of August. Before the 20th of June, all the plants were watered in the same way, same transpiration, and then we had 5 applications of Pro Hydro, and we measured the stress, and we saw the setting, the fertilizing, and the development of the grapes. So what were the alternatives that we made? The first was a control where we used 100% all the water that the plant needed. Second control with 80% of the transpiration. 5 liters per plant per day, and then 4. The third alternative was the same as the second, 20% less than the first, but adding Pro Hydro. The next one was with 40% of the transpiration, so 2 liters of plant per day, with Pro Hydro. So it's 50% less water than the second and third options. In terms of the amount of water used, you see here the quantities. First alternative with the most water was 86 liters, 86 millimeters, 86 liters. Second and third was 69, 20% less, and the fourth, 35 liters per square meter. So there you've got the 4 options that I mentioned, and the different colors that we'll be using throughout the presentation, so that it's clear. With the blue and the orange, the controls, and the others, the 2 trials. So we had to determine whether the differences in terms of the irrigation that we're providing really makes any difference in the water available to the plants. So it is by measuring it in the soil. We can see that the one with the most watering is the dark one at the top, is the most humidity in the soil. The 2 with the same amount was exactly the same water. And the one under more stress is much lower. So the irrigation being applied is making a difference in terms of the availability of water for the plants. So then we're measuring. First parameter that we measured was the water potential of the canopy. We measured it with this type of pressure chamber. And here you have the first value, the first control. And you can see the values here. It gives a -1, no stress in the plant. It's less than -1 when you begin to have some stress. This plant was not suffering any stress. Then with second control, with 20% less, and we saw it had an effect. And we saw that with this control, it was more negative. In some points, we actually went below that limit, so we were beginning to have a moderate level of stress. Now compare it with the same as the second one, but with ProHydro added, 20% less than the first one. And we can see that it's between the two options, between the two control. So it's a little below the first control and a little above the second control with 20% less water. And it doesn't reach that limit of water stress, low levels of water stress. So better than the control with the same amount of water. So that is interesting. And now another comparison. What happens if we compare the second control, 80%, with the ProHydro at 40%? And you can see, interesting. We're seeing 50% less water in this case, and we see that it maintains a similar level of water stress as the control with 50% more water. So you see very interesting results. The second parameter, photosynthesis. We measured here with this apparatus, can't see it very well in the photo, but with infrared. And again, we'll see the comparison. This is the first control, 100%. The second one, again, the water availability falls in terms of photosynthesis. So significant difference there. If we then compare it with ProHydro added, also 80% of irrigation, and you can see the level of photosynthesis of in some dates was close to the first control with 20% more water in the irrigation. So again, very interesting. And if we now look at the second comparison that we saw before, what happens with the 80% control with the one with 40% of irrigation, and very strong results showing that with 50% less water, the plant is able to maintain this physiological level of photosynthesis and be at very similar levels to the control with 50% more water. Now, move on, and a third parameter that we measured, and we're going to see what happens with the viability of the photosystem. .2. Photosystem is a way of grouping, measuring the chlorophyll. It's the first protein complex that are related to reacting to the light in photosynthesis. So what is the viability of this system? The efficiency in the fluorescence. If we're below 0.7, 0.65, we're going to see a breakdown of the photosynthesis of the leaf. The leaf is beginning to turn yellow. And when you get this yellow leaf, then it is irreversible. You won't get photosynthesis from those leaves. And the longer we can postpone this, the more effective our leaves are going to be, and they will continue functioning. So let's see what happened in this case with this parameter. Again, we have the first control, 100% of irrigation. Compare it with the other control, and the availability of water is not marking a big difference. With 20% less water, the availability is very similar. It's only at the end of the season, the last date, that we notice any significant difference. And we understand this as a response to the heat stress rather than water stress, because at the end of the cycle, when we're harvesting in August, the last dates, end of July, beginning of August, is the hottest time of the year. So probably it's not a problem of water stress, it's more a question of heat stress. So here, the control at 20% is around this 0.7, 0.65 that we talked about, where we begin to see some kind of regeneration in the photosynthesis. If we compare that then with ProHydro added at 80%, we see that it's protecting the water stress, and we don't have this fall at the end of the season. If you have ProHydro, it's able to maintain this availability for the photosystem, and it delays the yellowing. And so again, we're going to look at the other comparison between the second control, 80%, with the 40% with ProHydro. And again, it protects us at the end of the growing season. It's, here, where it's related to the heat stress, it protects us in spite of having less water available. So it protects against the high temperatures. But of course, that's the physiological part, but we're also interested in the yield. Here you have the data, as you'd expect. With so much stress, as we saw with the last treatment, there's a big fall off in the yield. You'd expect that because of the water available. So let's make the comparisons. For 100% irrigated, then with 20% less water, there's a 15% less grape. If you add ProHydro, still with 80% irrigation, we again have only 3.3% less yield. So with this 20% physiologically and also in terms of yield, the product has been very effective. And what happens with the other treatment, with 40% irrigation, 60% less water compared to the first control, and 24% less grape? It's to be expected. 60% less water. As Michel said, we have to find the sustainability with the new conditions. And sometimes that is going to be less available water. So now we're going to make that second comparison with the second control, 80% irrigation. You can see that with the same amount of water, you got 12.5% more grapes. And if you do it with the 50% less water, you have 11% less grape. So for the reduction of water that we're talking about, it's not such a huge drop in yield. So interesting results. So we're doing a mathematical study of the ratio of yield to water. And you can see here the yield on the water, the two axes. And we calculate this equation, and we can draw two conclusions. With the same amount of irrigation, we got 12.5% more grape. And the second conclusion, with the same yield, we could get the same yield and reduce 26.6% of the water provided. And the quality of the must. Brought a couple of things to mention. We've got the weight of the berries. It helps to interpret the other quality parameters. I think the grape weight is important, berry weight. Seed difference is related to the yields. If you think about the result of the ProHydro, it improves the yield and prevents dehydration of the berries. It's not the plant is producing more, but it loses less from dehydration. Perhaps the most noticeable is comparing the two alternatives that had the same amount of water. The first with more, there's a certain amount of dilution in the bricks, whereas in the fourth, which is most stressed, is the opposite. There's a much more concentration because of the lower weight of the berries. But if we compare the two that have the same amount of irrigation, you can see because there's been less oxidation, a better weight of the berry, and in spite of that, you also have higher bricks, and that's related to those improvements, physiological improvements that we're talking about. More photosynthesis, which is allowing the plant to work better, the leaves to be active for longer, and so it's a better accumulation of sugars and better ripening in the berries. So, got to answer the question, can we save water using ProHydro? And the answer is clearly is yes. We're not saying with ProHydro stop irrigating, and it's going to be very challenging conditions over the summer. We've had a lot of heat waves in the last summers, and the forecast is we're going to have more this summer. And it's just a tool. Sometimes we don't have enough water to water as much as we need because of the conditions of the soil. We don't have much accumulation of moisture in the soil. And with ProHydro, they can add another solution to those that Michel gave to improve water management. And that is ProHydro. I think the results, logically, every experiment, every scientific experiment have their own conditions, but we believe that results speak for themselves, and we would encourage you to try them. And thanks to the single formulation of ProHydro, we think it can help you, and you tell us your experiences. That's all for me. Thank you. So may have time for questions if anybody wants to ask any questions quickly. If not, you can catch him in the coffee break. Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, Pepe. Pepe Heras is a technical director of Lallemand. He got a master from the Polytechnic University. I would say that he's the link between R&D and the market. It's hard work, but nice, pretty work. Okay, Pepe is going to talk to us about strategies of bioprotection and different applications.
¿Se oye?
Sí,
Vale.
perfecto.
Aquí.
Adelante.
Ya está. Vale.
Sí.
Bueno, buenos días a todos. En primer lugar, como siempre, agradecer a Raúl y a todo su equipo por esta excelente organización y tratarnos tan bien y cuidarnos tan bien. Y bueno, siguiendo con un poco la idea de la jornada, pues bueno, en esta 20 minutos son, ¿no? Vale, contrólame que yo me enrollo, ¿ves? 35. En esta pequeña presentación queremos bueno, pues incidir un poco en algunas de las estrategias ya en la parte de la bodega, o ya cuando las uvas ya están cercanas a entrar en la bodega, y bueno, ahí pues en relación al cambio climático, de forma general, pero como de forma particular, dependiendo de cada una de vuestras realidades, pues vamos a poder tener diferentes incidencias que ya estamos sufriendo o tratando de adaptarnos a ellas a todos los niveles, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, algunas de estas incidencias, si estamos hablando en situaciones de condiciones de cambio climático, años realmente cálidos, pues sin duda el manejo del pH va a ser una consecuencia, y también, pues bueno, ese pH nos va a hacer que tengamos una menor efectividad del sulfuroso y también, obviamente, pues un mayor riesgo de contaminantes, ¿no? Contaminantes ya desde la fase inicial, desde la fase de la uva. A esto del cambio climático, pues también podríamos añadir la parte de las tendencias, pues bueno, donde tenemos las situaciones o clientes particulares o compradores particulares que quizá nos están demandando pues vinos con menores niveles de sulfuroso, con lo cual pues las incidencias climáticas con las incidencias de mercado, las incidencias del consumidor, pues también nos hacen mirar a posibles estrategias que puedan pues bueno, contrarrestar un poco todas estas situaciones que tenéis que afrontar y que son cada vez más dinámicas y más cambiantes, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, aquí surge este concepto que ya, pues bueno, como otros de los muchos conceptos, está bastante ya instalado en la enología, que de forma general se denomina bioprotección, que bueno, que es principalmente, pues de una forma sencilla, es como algunos microorganismos pues pueden ocupar el medio para evitar el crecimiento, el desarrollo y de otros microorganismos que son menos deseados, ¿no? Interesante porque recientemente, estamos hablando de marzo de este año, pues el grupo de expertos de la comisión o del grupo de microbiología de la OIV pues ha hecho una definición, un trabajo concienzudo de toda la parte de lo que se denomina bioprotección, pues bueno, haciendo una definición global, y bueno, esto está disponible en la web de la OIV, donde podéis también ver un poco pues todos los microorganismos que se han estudiado y a nivel científico pues todos los impactos que se han estudiado hasta este momento, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, en este sentido, cuando hablamos de bioprotección, pues bueno, por nuestra parte ya vamos, bueno, pues ya la bioprotección o biocontrol, pues desde los años 75, que empezaron a aparecer o empezamos a producir las primeras levaduras Saccharomyces en forma seca activa, pues ya en aquel momento, aunque no se hablaba de biocontrol o bioprotección, pues ya aquello empezó a ser con las propias Saccharomyces un momento interesante para la industria enológica, aunque ahora, pues bueno, gracias a la investigación, el desarrollo, etcétera, etcétera, pues han surgido otras posibilidades con especies de levaduras que no pertenecen al género Saccharomyces, de las que vamos a hablar un poco, y nunca tampoco olvidarnos de las bacterias seleccionadas, con todo el papel que realizan, pero también que sin duda, hablando de bioprotección, constituyen una bioprotección muy interesante. Bien, en este sentido, pues desde hace tiempo se está trabajando, estamos trabajando en esas especies fuera del mundo de Saccharomyces, en este caso, pues especies que son no fermentativas. ¿Cuál es la idea principal desde hace tiempo en este tipo de investigaciones? Pues, ¿por qué no en las fases prefermentativas o incluso ya desde la propia vendimia, pues poder inocular este tipo de especies para que hagan una colonización del medio y nos impidan el desarrollo de otros microorganismos? Pues bueno, aquí pues bueno, estamos hablando de microorganismos, sabéis, principalmente esas levaduras oxidativas, que son las que principalmente se desarrollan desde la fase de vendimia y mosto, pues que en presencia de oxígeno, pues esas especies como Cloesquera, Seniospora, que son esas las principales que se desarrollan, pero más y más, también debido a pues bueno, a esa tendencia también de una viticultura más ecológica, pues también estamos viendo que la variabilidad microbiana en las uvas pues es cada vez más intensa, no solo a nivel de estas especies, sino a nivel a nivel de otras especies, con lo cual siempre hay que estar alerta desde ese punto de vista para controlar el desarrollo de estos microorganismos. Entonces, bueno, estas especies, estamos hablando en este caso de Mesnicovia bulquérrima, pues son especies que no tienen una alta capacidad fermentativa y que se adaptan a muchas condiciones, sobre todo a condiciones, en el caso de temperaturas muy bajas, tanto desde la fase de vendimia como temperaturas muy bajas a nivel del trabajo en bodega, ¿no? Aquí, pues bueno, sin entrar en mucho detalle, este es un trabajo que realizamos en la zona sureste de Francia, con la elaboración de un chardonnay, en este caso de una forma muy extrema, es decir, sin adición de sulfuroso, que no tuvimos sulfuroso en todo el proceso, y aquí, pues bueno, este chardonnay, pues incluso más todavía, un reto más importante, se hizo una estabulación del mosto a baja temperatura. Esta técnica, pues bueno, que se utiliza, pues sobre todo las primeras prensadas, llevárnosla a un ambiente con muy baja temperatura, pues para tratar de extraer pues muchos precursores aromáticos, pero también componentes del mosto, como pueden ser polisacáridos, fitoesteroles interesantes desde el punto de vista aromático y también de la componente en boca, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, se lleva ese mosto a muy baja temperatura durante ciertos días, y aquí veis un poco el mapa de la microbiología de ese mosto, pues donde veis que pues un porcentaje importante son de esas especies oxidativas y otras levaduras que se encontraron en el mosto, y después de esos días a baja temperatura, pues encontramos como esta Mesnicovia, esta initia, que se seleccionó en colaboración con el IFV en la zona de Borgoña, pues tiene una capacidad muy importante de colonizar el medio. Claro, cuando se investigan todas estas propiedades de estas especies en bioprotección, pues también encontramos en toda la criba que hacemos en la selección de estos microorganismos, porque claro, se encuentran una variabilidad de cepas dentro de la misma especie muy importante, pues vimos también desde el principio una capacidad que nos llamó mucho la atención, que es la capacidad de consumir oxígeno. Tiene una capacidad muy importante de consumir oxígeno, y en especial esta levadura, esta initia, esta Mesnicovia, que principalmente se correlaciona a esa necesidad que tiene de consumir oxígeno para sintetizar sus propios lípidos de membrana. Vemos que ese metabolismo en esta especie es muy diferente por ejemplo, a Saccharomyces, ¿no? Entonces, no me voy a meter mucho en la química, pero de una manera muy sencilla, cuando estamos hablando de oxidación o de mecanismos de oxidación, tenemos que diferenciar un poco la fase prefermentativa de mosto, donde ahí, como sabéis, principalmente tiene lugar una oxidación enzimática. Es decir, enzimática principalmente por esas enzimas que encontramos en la propia uva, que son las polifenol oxidasas, que una de las principales que siempre está presente en las uvas es la tirosinasa, y pues bueno, en el caso de situaciones un poco más complicadas, de años con botrytis, pues tendremos una mayor incidencia, dado que tendremos mucha más presencia de otra enzima que es la lacasa, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, pues sabéis perfectamente que en años de botrytis, pues esa es una de las máximas actuaciones que tenemos que hacer desde la fase prefermentativa. Entonces, bueno, esas polifenol oxidasas, como su propio nombre indica, necesitan oxígeno, ¿vale? Entonces, bueno, después, si se sigue produciendo la oxidación de los compuestos polifenólicos, principalmente de los ácidos hidroxicinámicos, pues llegaremos a este punto, al punto que estos ácidos hidroxicinámicos se oxidan a las quinonas. Y aquí está un poco el centro de las cadenas de oxidación, ya que estas quinonas son hiperreactivas con muchos compuestos. ¿Por qué se utiliza sulfuroso en esta fase? Porque es súper efectivo para captar estas quinonas y que no siga las cadenas de oxidación. Entonces, bueno, en todos estos equilibrios, si entramos ya en la fase vino, pues en la fase vino se dan principalmente mecanismos de oxidación química, donde ahí, pues como sabéis, entra de nuevo el oxígeno, con lo cual, por eso, controlamos mucho el oxígeno en los vinos terminados, y también, por supuesto, algunos metales que son metales de transición que ayudan a la oxidación química de los vinos. Entonces, en este sentido, pues llevamos trabajando mucho tiempo en diferentes posibilidades, herramientas biotecnológicas o biológicas para tratar de contrarrestar un poco estos mecanismos, y aquí encontramos pues la capacidad de esta initia, de esta Mesnicovia, para captar oxígeno, y como sabéis desde hace mucho tiempo pues venimos trabajando con levaduras inactivadas que tienen un contenido de glutatión garantizado y de péptidos antioxidantes, que cuando se combinan con estas quinonas pues producen otros productos que no son oxidables, y con lo cual evitamos las cadenas que las cadenas de oxidación de los mostos continúen.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I was speaking, translating on the time in the Spanish channel. Sorry about that.
De prensa, que es uno de los momentos donde lo...
In case they were listening to me. Sorry about that. So we combine the oxygen, and it disappears completely. So if we go to the exit of the press, we see that in a few minutes, from 1.5 to 0, the must in itself is very arid. But in the oxygen consumption, all these compounds that we're talking about, particularly hydroxycinnamic acids, and this is going to bring us to an oxidation of the must. So for all this research, we are going to have to go to smaller volumes, and they're going to continue. We're going to contrast the different points. I don't want to get into too many details, but with the Fernando Zamora's group, we created a system where we can work during the must. It's very interesting because we're using non-invasive measuring methods, and we were measuring the amount of oxygen every so many minutes, and we have this very clear line. And we should take into account that these are always saturated musts with up to 8 milligrams per liter. And in this sense, we can see we did different comparisons. One control without SO2, the greatest consumer of oxygen, which is ascorbic acid, as you know, in combination with sulfur dioxide. Also pure GSH, and also other aspects. Without going into too many areas, we can see the amount of oxygen consumed. We have enormous amounts of diluted oxygen, but here you can also see how the microbia has a very high capacity of consuming oxygen. We're talking about oxygen consumption, and these are very important, very interesting, if we cannot relate them to measures, qualitative measures in terms of color. And here we measure at 420, and we see that that ascorbic acid that's consuming oxygen, it can lead to high oxidation levels in combination with the sulfur dioxide. These tools are very effective, and also the sulfur dioxide is very effective. But if you'd see in this modality where we're not using sulfur dioxide and we're using this initia, we find that in the final controls, they're also, when we're using this inactive yeast, this glutastar, we're getting a much more stable color in the must, because we have to remember that we're still at the grape must stage. Now we come to more advanced stages. So using these two biological tools, even in the case of healthy grapes, grapes that don't have those attacks of botrytis, we can reach comparative levels. And so we're trying to reduce sulfur dioxide with healthy grapes, and everything that we need to have in making wines without SO2. We can actually arrive at strategies that could be useful in different in making wine in wines that today are in the market. So, vinifying without SO2 is certainly a challenge, and biology has to have a lot of things to that. And at a more practical level, at a pilot scale, we have a bit closer vision to reality. We have this Sauvignon Blanc in Italy, which was vinified. we measured the dissolved oxygen at the exit of the press. We've defined in different, same grapes, different pressings. So we had with no SO2, with SO2, and with Initia. This is the final grapes. It wasn't one of the best Sauvignon Blancs, but we have a bit more decent colors and more at the real scale. This is a very interesting experience in this Sauvignon Blanc in Valencia, where in this winery they do this, doing this practice, which is this cold stabilization. They kept the must at 4 degrees for 5 days, and this controlled the development of all these microorganisms. And then when we look at the measure of these compounds, the famous volatile thiones that give us that typicity of Sauvignon, but they're very interesting for us because they're very good markers of oxidation. And we saw with the working with the sensorial part also corresponded to the analytical part. And if we go to much larger scales, this is a project, pictures of a project that I wanted to share with you. This is in Chile, one of the wineries of one of the great groups in Chile. They're vinifying their Sauvignon Blanc. They've been doing it for a long time in organic. And they were always doing the Sauvignon Blanc by hand. And last year, they had to switch from manual to mechanical harvesting because of labor costs. So the regulations, they cannot add sulfites. They were looking at solutions, and they looked at this night harvesting. We prepared this bins of Initia in water, and it was applied to the trailers. The grapes had to travel more than 7 hours from the vineyard to the winery, and here you can see the pictures that we got from the technicians of the must, where they could clearly see a difference at the micrological level. First, we can't do that in the wineries. But in this case, you could see it in the quality of the must and the color of the must. So these tools are interesting from different aspects, and also depending on the needs of each one. Very quickly, another of the points I wanted to talk about before was the greater pH. I'm seeing people here from Valencia and other places. So we have the vinification of red and also white. We have people here from La Mancha who make a lot of whites, top quality whites with increasingly growing pH levels. So the acidity is we're always working on. I don't want to go much lower. We have wine experts. They talk about fresher wines from a sensorial point of view than white wines. And all these trends in freshness are related to the sensations, which are mainly in taste and also aromas. We can correct the acidity mainly with tartaric acid, and other possibilities of correcting acidity using physical means. Each one, you can tell me better than I can. They have their good and bad aspects. So we have to look for bugs that can do interesting things. And here, in the world of Saccharomyces, we found others that have particular metabolisms, and this species, which is where we started working on this species, we saw that from sugar it produces lactic acid. So it's a biological way of acidifying. We have been working on this with different selections, different cooperations. But now that we know these practices with the strains that we have selected, we're talking about red vinification. And so we have different parameters in red wines, which are not very complicated, and that allow us to follow the evolution of this biological acidification and the levels of lactic acid that we can actually obtain. We're talking about red wines with maceration. We have the lactic acid, amount of lactic acid, depending on how long we are going to leave it fermenting, because the idea later is to conclude fermentation with the Saccharomyces yeast. So where do we have the highest indices? Well, when the pH is highest, and when we're talking about vinifying red wines, we don't have the application of sulfur dioxide. We're looking about 2 or 3 grams, so we can continue working with SO2. Now, here in the Iberian Peninsula, Tempranillo is one of our main varieties, and here it's a very interesting strategy. You know it better than I do, managing the acidity in Tempranillo and also in Airén, which is very similar. There are 2 grape varieties. They're potassiophilic. They absorb a lot of potassium, so when we do quantifications, we see a lot of precipitation of this tartaric acid, and very often we're seeing the large part that we're adding in the crush pad, or where we're filling the tanks, we're losing it through precipitation. So managing biological acidification from lactic acid, you have to understand that lactic acid salts are much more soluble, so we're going to have not going to have so much loss. So we have seen Tempranillos here with long aging periods. After a long time in the barrel, they really maintain the acidity. And Tempranillo here, you can see many of the examples with tartaric acid of 1.5 grams versus biological acidification for 24 hours, and after 24 hours, we inoculated with Saccharomyces. You can see the differences associated with the production of lactic acid. So, what is one of the current trends that we're carrying out? Having some tanks where we can do this biological acidification, and not only for one particular type of wine, but also for wines that are going to be aged, where we can have a very acid wine, when we're going to have the blends. For those of you who have tasted it, it's not a lactic acidity like we could have relate with the malolactic, but it's a vibrant, very citric kind of acidity. So at the level of the blends, it's a very, very interesting tool. And this, as I was saying, will continue. We have a lot of projects. We have just finished this project called Fresh Wines, a consortium with different wineries in different parts of with the enologist of one of them in Euclès. We looked at the microbiome that was being developed, and also we did a lot of selections. One of the selections has brought its process from the drying and characterization essays. And not only acidity of red wines, we did a lot of work with white varieties. Another strain of this species We have done a lot of experiences, particularly in southern France. This project we're carrying out in cooperation with the ICV, where we can achieve very interesting levels of lactic acid in terms of the freshness. So we can have some interesting bases. And here we have a very interesting strategy that we're vinifying white and rosé, and we're often separating the pressings. The first ones go to higher quality wines, and the other ones go to other quality wines. And in these presses have much higher pHs because there's a lot more potassium, so a higher pH. So we're going to trying to seeing how we can valorize that. We have to work on them with flotation or whatever, and then we carry out the fermentation with Lacancia because we're at higher pHs. And this acid mass can be included in the fermenting musts, or we can leave it as a reserve for blending. And then from this practice, we can move on. If we're looking at whites and rosés, the conditions of the Lacancia, the strains of Lacancia thermotolerance we have selected when we're talking about whites and rosés. And the temperatures when we inoculate the Lacancia, we have to be above 18. And then the dynamics of we have different recommendations at the nutritional level. This is always important to insist on this because it's microbiology. The maths in other microorganisms, we can say how much malic acid it's going to produce and so on and so forth. But here we want to be more specific on the conditions that we are communicating so you can achieve your objectives in this type of fermentation. So these species can provide results or have no results or some results. I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish, but I don't want to forget lactic acid bacteria. These are much smaller. They're bringing a lot of joy from the control of malolactic fermentation. And we're talking about bioprotection and the controlation of malolactic fermentation. And this is going to be a bioprotection. I always say this. We're going to do all the work in the vineyard, in the winery. And we rack the wines, and that's it. Let the malolactic fermentation take place by itself, and that's it. We were talking about the carbon footprint. If I have to heat the tanks, it doesn't matter. It's sustainable energy consumption. We always insist on this, something we have done throughout the whole process. We shouldn't leave it uncontrolled. And apart from this, we could lose a lot of quality. The more we wait, if we're unlucky enough to have those mummies that are hidden in the wineries, where we might have a wine that has some sugar left, and for example, the Brettanomyces. So for a long time, we have been proposing a classical proposal that at the end of alcoholic fermentation, you control malolactic fermentations with this co-inoculation with the bacteria at the beginning of the process. This prior avoiding, without getting into too much detail, even in these days, when we talk about Brettanomyces, we're finding cases where we're not only talking about the barriques, we are finding cases where during fermentation they start complaining, no? we're talking about more extreme fermentations perhaps. But since they're in the air and in the environment, and some wineries that you're following the grapes from the winery, this inoculation allows us to reduce these undesirable populations. And as you know, for a long time now, we have been working with a tool which is quite an impacting, it's got quite an impact when we talk about microbiology and mathematics. And now we can tell you how long malolactic is going to be, how much malic acid it's going to consume. We're looking at white wines with high acidities, with this strain called Enel Prime, the Lactobacillus plantarum. Now it's called Lactobacillus plantarum. It's the new name. The taxonomy, it used to be just Lactobacillus before. So the situation of red wines, it's a unique situation. Tempranillo, we have doing palolactic in 3 or 4 days before the end of alcoholic fermentation. If you reflect on this, it's a real strategy that is being applied by wineries, and it's taking place. One of the wineries that is happiest with this. The winemaker says that since they've been doing this, he has these wonderful Christmas holidays. From November, I have the winery ready, and it's not a small winery. So apart from the practical aspects, we are talking about finishing malolactic. We're talking about wines where productions of volatile acidity are quite low because it's a fermentational bacteria. And these are all advantages. And then in the dynamic of the conference, another part is the, but I'm sure I went over time, Raúl, I'm sorry. Simply to conclude, when we talk about all these aspects that we've been talking about, again, the microbiology or diversity are offering interesting options. So to help you face all these situations, the current one, whichever is coming tomorrow, and always associated with making high-quality wines. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Pepe. We're on time. We knew you were going to go over time anyway. Any questions now? Then we'll have our coffee break, about 15 minutes, and then we'll come straight back. Thank you.
Bueno, continuamos.
So shall we start? I'd like to present our next speaker. Javier Ferreira is Portuguese, and he's a member of the R&D department of Lallemand from Toulouse. And you've been in Lallemand for 6 years, but we could call it 10, because his relationship started with a project that was funded by Lallemand, and he was involved in that for 4 years. And then we decided to offer him the possibility of joining the company. And that's the same with Dolores, the next speaker. He's got a doctorate in microbiology, and he's going to talk about the role of sterols in alcoholic fermentation. David, when you're ready.
I have to switch back to English. I believe my Portuñol will not be fit to speak here today, so I will stick with English. Thank you, Raúl, for the introduction, for inviting me, also the team. it's a big pleasure to be here and share this meeting with you. So today I will be talking about sterols. What are sterols and why are they important for a wine fermentation? So if we go a little bit to the basics, we have here a cross-section of our yeast with all its internal components. But as soon as we put this yeast in a wine fermentation context, so a wine must, we all know that the wine must can be quite stressful for the yeast. You have a high amount of sugars, low pH, there are some other microorganisms, SO2, and so on. So the only thing keeping the cell alive is actually this barrier here, the cell wall and the plasma membrane. And so this element is really crucial in the cell viability. And so if we do a little zoom on this section, we can see here the composition of this membrane, and you can see that there are a lot of lipids. Phospholipids, glycolipids, some proteins as well, but there's this important component here, which are the sterols. Now, sterols are lipids, and you can see that they are not the most abundant, but they have a really important role in keeping all this structure together and avoiding that this would get damaged or disrupted. So, oh, sorry. So when we have our active dry yeast, the first thing that we will do is to proceed and to, sorry, wrong button, and to rehydrate the yeast. And this, it is important to remember that this is a very important step because it's basically when the yeast is coming from a dry state to an active state. So it's the moment where the yeast will reactivate its metabolism, regain its normal structure, and so doing this step in a very soft and optimal way can really make a difference between a good fermentation and a bad fermentation. So this is really a crucial moment. Now, through our internal research and also with different academic partners, we have discovered throughout the years that this exact moment is when the yeast can integrate sterols if they are available in the must or around. So the reason why it's the optimal moment is, if we think about it, it's the moment when the yeast is rebuilding its membrane. So it's the optimal moment for the sterol integration. And as I was saying, these sterols will play a fundamental role in the integrity of the membrane and if it's fluid or not, if it's working properly or not. And one thing that we also discover is that when you start the fermentation, there is a fixed pool of sterols. And as the yeast and the biomass multiplies, this pool of sterols will get diluted or distributed throughout the entire population. So the higher the amount of sterols you have at the beginning, the more sterols your global population will have available. So with all this knowledge in mind, this is where our protection concept came from. Maybe you already heard some of our products that we call protectors. And they are always, or they are mostly rich in sterols. They are autolysates, which comes from a yeast that is very rich in sterols. And so their main role, as the name suggests, is to protect the yeast against stress factors from the beginning of the fermentation towards the end, but the most important stress factor that comes into play is alcohol. Alcohol is the worst enemy of a yeast membrane because alcohol is really good at dissolving lipids, at breaking the lipid structure of the membrane. And by having more sterols, they will be able to keep the membrane structure together, compact and functional, which means that you will get higher viabilities, higher yeast activity, and therefore you can avoid sluggish or stuck fermentations. And of course, we all know that healthy yeast is a happy yeast, and a happy yeast will produce more positive aromas also for your wine. So this is just a quick picture of the first, when we released our first autolysate rich in sterols that we called NAT step. We did a very simple experiment where we did a classic rehydration with the yeast without this product that you can see on your left. And you can see that the cells look a little bit shrink. So this is after 20 minutes. We are rehydrating our yeast, and after 20 minutes, we took the picture. And you can see that the cells are a little bit shrinked, are not so, or don't seem like so robust, are smaller. And with our product, rich in sterols, you can see that the cells are bigger, are more robust, and look healthier overall. And this is just after 20 minutes. So the protection starts acting right from the moment where you inoculate your yeast after using or after adding sterols during the rehydration, sorry. It continues to protect the cell until the end, and as I was saying just before, towards the end of the fermentation against alcohol is when the protection will play its major role, and many times make the difference between finishing or not finishing a wine fermentation. I will show you an example later. So just to show you some results, these are from the PhD thesis of Giovanna Piva, a collaboration that we did with INRA from Montpellier in France. And basically what she did is that she took a synthetic must that was not limited for any factor except for sterols, in this case ergosterols. And so like she ran the fermentations with 10 different strains that were very diverse, red-white strains, white wine strains, fast fermenters, slow fermenters. It was a very diverse group. And she added either 1 milligram per liter of sterol, which is considered like deficient, could mimic a very clarified must, 2.5, which is considered average, and 4 milligrams per liter, which is considered not deficient. And we will see different graphs. Here we are looking at the biomass that was created during the fermentation. What we saw is that you can double your population if you are not limited in sterols. If we look at the viability, we saw that we can increase up to 34% of viability. That's quite a lot. If you look at the time to reach 80 grams per liter of CO2, which corresponded more or less to 80% of the fermentation, we can see that we can speed up the fermentation up to 40%. This means that if your must is limited in sterols and the fermentation is taking 10 days, just by adding sterols, it can take 6 days. So that's also a huge difference. Lastly, the amount of amino acids that were assimilated. And this is very interesting because this bar here is very thin, which means that all the 10 strains were able to assimilate almost 100% of the amino acids if they were not limited by sterols. And by comparing with the deficient condition, we saw that there were about 46% of amino acids that were not consumed. And of course, not consuming amino acids impacts all of these parameters. So I think that or maybe some of you know our protectant range that has been evolving. Okay, has been evolving throughout the years. We started with GoFirm, then GoFirm Protect, where we introduced this NAT step, this totalizate rich in sterols, and we then had GoFirm Protect Evolution, and now we have GoFirm SteroFlash, which is our latest protector, and that I will be explaining in the next few slides. So, our starting point was to answer a market demand, because we knew that our protectors were already very efficient, and they still are, but there are some areas where we could still improve. And those areas were, for instance, in the manipulation of the product. If you already open a sachet of GoFirm, for instance, of GoFirm Protect Evolution, you know that the product tends to be quite powdery, quite volatile. You open the sachet and right away there's a cloud of the powder that can form. So this can be difficult for the person that is using the product, and it might demand some extra cleaning, which of course is not so pleasant. Next, it was the dissolution. Now, we can understand that a product that is rich in sterols, so sterols are lipids, lipids are hydrophobic. They are not easy to dissolve in water. That's part of the game, let's say. And that's why we have been advising to heat up the water up to 43 degrees, because this helps dissolving all those sterols. But it's an extra step that needs to be done. And even with that, we can have what we call clumps or agglomerates that form, and you have to mix it very well. Another area that we wanted to improve was the efficiency, because we can always try to improve efficiency, and for that we wanted to increase even more the amount of sterols to maintain or to increase even more fermentation safety or security, and at the same time mitigate all the difficult conditions that are getting more and more frequent and that make the fermentation harder. So if we want to summarize in one sentence, what was our goal was to create a solution that would be easy to use in the cellar, even capable of saving time and energy, while never compromising fermentation safety, and at the end of the day, also the quality of the wine. So let's start by explaining how we address this. For the manipulation part, we wanted to play with the form of the product, with the shape of the product. And that was not easy because we wanted to have a high quality product and different criteria had to be met, but the winning formula was to microagglomerate our product. I will explain in a bit what that new form means. And for the efficiency, our idea was to look into our vast yeast collection and see if there would be a yeast that would have even more sterols. And we did find one strain, and we made a new autolysate, and Goffram Seroflash is composed 100% of this new autolysate, which to our knowledge has the highest amount of sterols that has been produced. So, for the microagglomeration, what does that mean? Basically, agglomerating is you have a very small particle, and we are, as the name suggests, we are agglomerating different particles, making one bigger particle. And this is what we can obtain. So you go more or less from 70 micrometers to 280, more or less, which is 4 times bigger and heavier. And so we solved one problem already, which was that volatile behavior of the product, which no longer exists. The product is no longer volatile. The second aspect was the dissolution. Now the product dissolves in an instantaneous way. There are 2 reasons that explain that. The first one is that by having bigger particles, we also have bigger spaces between the particles. So before, when the water would try to penetrate in between the particles, it would be hard and would create those agglomerates that we see. But now, the water can more easily penetrate in between the particles. Another factor is that you can see this, that each individual particle has a bigger surface exposed to the water. So it's easier for each individual particle to get dissolved. So in terms of manipulation, we were good. We achieved our goal. This is just a quick picture to show you. I think here I was manipulating 10 grams. And you can see that right away, the product in the powder form tends to go away and to spread, while the microagglomerated just stay where you put it. And so here it was 10 grams, but we can imagine with 1 kilo, 5 kilos, 10 kilos, it can be really a huge improvement. In terms of dissolution, what characterizes this new product is that it has what we call a high wettability. As soon as you get in touch with water, it gets wet and it gets dissolved. I tried here, what I tried to show is that I poured the product and right away I took a picture. So this is like maybe 2 or 3 seconds after I poured, and the product is already starting to dissolve on its own without any kind of agitation. And so this even works, as I will show you later, at low temperatures. No need to heat the product anymore. So, and if you want to maximize this instantaneous behavior, you should pour this product in a progressive way. Instead of just taking the product and dump all at once in the bucket, if you do it in a progressive way, I promise that the product will dissolve very, very easily. So I've been talking how we wanted to improve this manipulation to save you time and to save you energy. What does it truly mean in practice? So if you are using Goffram Seroflash, the first thing that you do is set up your protection. And the first difference is that you can now just grab tap water. You don't need to heat it. We believe that water in cellars around the world. Of course, that we did not go to every cellar to measure the water temperature, but we believe that it should be between 15 and 20 or 22 degrees, something like that, and it's perfectly fine. You can just grab tap water, add your product, and even at low temperature, it will dissolve very, very fast. The second step, of course, is to add your yeast to rehydrate. And the second big difference is that you no longer need to adjust the temperature. The temperature that this solution will be, you can use it to rehydrate your yeast. So no need to check for the 37 degrees to be very precise. And we can even reduce, we usually advise 20 minutes minimum of rehydration. We can even reduce to 15 minutes is enough of contact between the protector and the yeast. Finally, you will inoculate your tank. And the biggest difference is that you don't need, or you can just take your preparation, add to the must, and you don't need to acclimate your preparation. So I think that with all these differences, you can probably see that you can save time, you can save labor, and also important for some sellers, you can save the probability of error, because the steps are so much simpler that there is less risk of an error and of a rehydration that can go wrong, and later on also your fermentation. So I think that maybe some of you are right now thinking, so you have been telling that for more than 20 years that we always need to rehydrate our yeast at 37 degrees. 37 degrees is the right temperature. How come now, just because we have a new product, we can forget about it? Well, let me just precise this. In any other context where you are not using Go from Sterile Flash, 37 degrees is the right protocol and is the best temperature. But if you are using Go from Sterile Flash, you can skip this part, or you can not worry about this temperature. And what I will do next is to try to explain why, where this innovation comes from. And it's behind a unique synergy that Go from Sterile Flash has. So if we start by the beginning, we have now bigger particles. These bigger particles is what allow this very easy dissolution that I was telling you about. It was only because we have now this easy dissolution that we could increase the amount of sterols, because otherwise the product would just be impossible to dissolve if we would keep the classical powder form. So you have a very easy dissolution, the sterols are right away available, and they are present in a much higher concentration. So all this allows a higher bioavailability of sterols for the yeast. And all these things together, what they mean is that we are able to increase the level of protection. And so what happens is that by combining these factors, the extra level of protection is what allows this simplified protocol. It's only in this scenario that we can go for that simplified protocol without impacting the yeast, because we are protecting it in an extra way, let's say. So, of course, I think that you know that we like to base our products and our claims in science, so we wanted to specifically prove that the yeast was taking up sterols and how much. So we did this collaboration with the Biotechnology Institute of Toulouse, and we did a very simple experiment. We took a yeast, rehydrated 15 minutes, 15 degrees. We eliminated everything that was not viable cells, so we specifically kept viable cells, and we measured how many sterols there were in their membranes, and we got this. Then we did the same exact thing, but just using Go from Sterile Flash. Again, we just kept the viable cells, and this is the results that we got. We increase the concentration of sterols in the membrane by almost 4 times. And this was just in 15 minutes. And we observed that these 15 minutes were enough for this contact between the sterols and the membrane to happen. But it is very important that you respect those 15 minutes, because the sterols take some time to be integrated in the membrane. So you can do as short as 15 minutes, but not shorter than 15 minutes. And if you take longer, if you take 45 minutes or 15 minutes, because you went do something else and then you come back, it's also fine. But at least the 15 minutes you should respect. So I will finish my presentation with some trials and some typical results that we have been observing with this new product. This was one of the trials that we did in our lab back at Blagnac in France, and we were simulating white wine conditions. What we did was that we did the classical protocol, so 37 degrees without a protector in blue, then go from protective evolution with its classical protocol, and go from steroflash with its specific protocol. We have 4 different yeasts, and what you see is the time to finish the fermentation. And to me, there are 2 things that we can see in this slide. The first one is that as soon as the yeast is protected, you can reduce the time of your fermentation. Look, CY3079, 1 week less, GRE 1 week less, QA33 6 days less, and OK almost 10 days less. So as soon as you protect the yeast, you are able to improve its performance and to reduce the fermentation time. The second thing that we see is that go from steroflash with its simplified protocol is able to offer the same level of protection than go from protective evolution with its classical protocol. So this is something that we have observed many times, is that go from steroflash offers you the same security that you already had with go from protective evolution if you are or were a user. Of course, we also had a look into the aromas. Here, a trial with IFV, using a Sauvignon Blanc from 2023, rather classical conditions, you can see, but it was a little bit on the clarified side, and we used Sauvi without and with go from steroflash. And basically, this is what we got when we had a look into the tiles. Almost 3 times more tiles with a go from steroflash than without. And there's a simple reason that can explain this, is that it is important to remember that everything that the yeast assimilates goes through the membrane. Sugars go through the membrane, nitrogen goes through the membrane, the aromatic precursors go through the membrane, they have to pass through the membrane. So the more healthy your membrane is, the more active and the more healthy the yeast will be, and the better will be the yeast performance. It's as simple as that. Last trial that I will show you is this Chardonnay from 2022, a pilot trial done in Germany. We wanted to simulate a fermentation with a high alcohol level, so it was chaptalized to 14%. The Yan was on the low side, reason why we did a little nutrition. And we used the CY3079 without and with go from steroflash. It was done in duplicate, and we can see also 2 things here. The first one is that the condition with go from steroflash, you can see here in green, kept a more steady and faster fermentation rate, starting right after the lag phase. The second thing, and most important, is that go from steroflash made the difference between finishing and not finishing the fermentation. Look at the sugars. Around 10 grams per liter left, and less than 1. And this is what we observe many times with our protectors, especially when conditions get more and more difficult. They truly make the difference between finishing and not finishing a fermentation. And so that's really what it brings, and in particular against alcohol. And so that's it for me. It was a pleasure, and if you have questions, I'm all ears. Thank you.
¿Alguna pregunta?
Any questions? I think you've probably answered all of them. We did a launch 2 years ago, last year, and people are very, very happy. I can see quite a few people here in the audience who are nodding and saying yes. The only thing, David, the granulometry, can that be applied to other products? With this facility of dissolution?
Being studied right now. It's being studied. We cannot promise anything, but it's being studied. Let's see.
Thank you. So, la última presentación.
And the last presentation before the tasting, she's putting on the microphone, Dolores Pérez. And as I say, she has something in common with David. She was involved in a research project with Lallemand, which allowed her to become a doctor in enology. And for the last 2 years, we offered her a job to join our team. She's from Argentina, but we've adopted her in the Valencia area. And she's going to talk about the impact of teols in red wines, and particularly in...
Thank you, Raúl. I want to present two very important aromatic groups which are quite important in red wines, which are teols and aromas, fruity aromas of aged wines. The depressing part is that they're being affected by climate change, and the happy thing, which is with a very simple tool such as yeast, we can actually get good aromatic quality in the final wine. To talk about, I want to introduce a little bit of aromas of wine, oriented to the aromas in wines. We have the primary varietal aromas come which from pyrazines, monoterpenes, and rhizoprenoids, and they're in the they have to be liberated during fermentation so you can perceive them. Then during alcoholic fermentation we have the fermentation aromas or secondary aromas. These are related directly with the metabolism of the microorganisms that are participating in the fermentation of the wine, either bacteria or the yeast. And then we have the aging or tertiary aromas, which are in post-fermentation, where organisms are not really interfering, and really what we're looking at is chemical reactions. However, both primary and tertiary aromas depend primarily on the yeasts or bacteria doing their fermentative work, because without these microorganisms we wouldn't be able to get liberate any of these aromas. Either, the primary aromas wouldn't be there, and the tertiary aromas wouldn't have their precursors. If we look at the primary aromas, lately we have seen, or I have seen it, that we have thiols appearing in the red aromas. Something you didn't speak about, and you wouldn't think that there were precursors of these compounds in red varieties, but many researchers started wondering about this, and since we're talking about the same plant, it would be logical for these to exist, and they do. And we have determined that they exert quite significant importance in wines. We have found them in many different grape varieties. This is a graph of all the studies that have been carried out on the thiol precursors in red varieties, where we can find Syrah, Cabernet Sauvignon, Merlot, Carmener in Chile, Pinot Noir, Tempranillo in Spain, Malbec in Argentina. They all have these thiolic precursors in the grapes, which eventually come out in the wines. The mercaptoptepidyl and 3MH, so 4-MMP, 3MH, A3MH are quite common. But 3-mercaptohexanol is much more concentrated than in Sauvignon Blanc. And with white varieties, we have a lot of concentration of these compounds in terms of the red variety that we're seeing, and also of the region and the climatic conditions. We started studying this about 20 years ago, And its interest has become more and more relevant over the years. There are many studies right now about these compounds and their effect on red wines. And why? What aromas do tiles contribute to red wines? Since we know the ones in the Sauvignon Blanc, then you think that they might be bringing some tropical or citrus aromas. When they're a much more complex matrix, such as red wines, tiles have other types of aromas, and they exalt, they extol other qualities. They bring out red currants, red fruits, or red berries. In general, dark fruit, plums, cinnamon, mint. But their presence in red wine, what it does is contribute to the intensity and the aromatic complexity of the wine. Also, we have recent studies where we have studied the reactions between the different compounds. In this, the more we increase these, the greater the perception of red notes in wines. Also, Ferreira evaluated how combining these compounds with compounds that exist in the wine, you have an interactive combinations and you get different notes. That means that not only this compound is going to give me this aroma, but it finds another group of compounds, and depending on concentration, they're going to produce, for example, a smell of blueberries. If it's together with beta-damascene, we're going to have blackberries, and so on. So, in conclusion, the aroma of the wine is not simple, and even less so in red wine. But well, the sad part I was talking about is how these compounds are affected by climate change. We have seen climate change is due mainly to an increase in average temperature, drought of the heat waves, the frequency of these heat waves, and all this is taking us to get the plant to suffer. And we find an imbalance in the composition of the berry and also a degradation of aromatic precursors. Because when we look at extreme temperatures, that you will have seen this in the last harvest, the plant starts maturing, starts ripening, stops ripening, stops producing, and gets stuck. And this is a study where they measure precursors of tiles found in a wide variety, Sauvignon Blanc, of irrigated plants irrigated in different ways, and plants with a severe water stress. And we saw how the irrigated plants had a higher concentration compared to those that had water stress. And this gave us a consequence, a wine that had less of an aromatic intensity and less typicity. For example, white wines that are directly related to varietal compounds. So what is our solution? What's the solution that we can provide for this effect compared to grapes? Well, if we look at the biological tools we're talking about, well, we have the yeasts, which can liberate a higher level of tiles, and this is going to result in a lower concentration of precursors. Tiles are found in grapes in a non-volatile, non-aromatic way. They're tied to cysteine molecules, and they're incorporated to their cell, and through a beta-lyase enzyme, they cut the union of the volatile tile precursors, and these are released, and one of them is acetylated, and that's where we get that effect. This is very important by this. But in general, Saccharomyces yeasts don't have the ability to cut these precursors. And this enzyme is regulated by a gene which is called IRS7, and IRC7, and this is the one that would tell it to cut more or cut less. But recent studies have assessed this gene, and they have seen that, like any gene, it has many different alleles, and if the gene is found with its two alleles in the long shape, it has a more important expression on the enzyme. But if there's no type of mutations, then you get better action on the enzyme. So in the database that we have of oral yeast, we started looking for a yeast for red wines that would be capable of expressing this gene, having a very good Tellez activity. And we found this yeast. But observing this gene, we found that it didn't have the two long ones. It had a long one and a short one. So through sporulation, we got it to create a lot of daughters. And with that, we looked for the one that had the highest expression of the gene. And that's how we found Ruby. Ruby is a yeast that has the highest expression to release these aromatic compounds, and which has the best conditions for fermenting in red wine conditions. Now I wanted to show you some examples of experiments we've carried out with these. This is Tempranillo here in the experimental winery in La Rioja. This we vinified in different batches. These are 200 kilo batches, and we looked at how many thiols had been released once the wine had been bottled. So we had 3 mercaptohexanol and between 45 and 60% more than the control yeast, and then we repeated this in 2023, and we could corroborate the same. In fact, we had a lot more thiolic compounds with respect to the Tempranillo of the previous year. But what is most important is that we discovered the presence of 4-methylmercaptopentanone, which is the one that has the greatest impact on thiols, both in Sauvignon Blanc and in reds, and it hadn't been found in Tempranillo before. We found it in the two vintages that we had. So we have the capacity of liberating a large amount of precursors, where we have the where we find the 4-methylmercaptopentanone. Now, here we finished with the thiols, and now we're going to look at the aromas, aging aromas, focusing primarily on the aromas that take place during bottle aging, which have never really been well studied, but they have great impact and great importance in red wines. These are produced by chemical reactions, which are after fermentations, and they're known as longevity aromas. The yeasts have quite an influence on these, because the precursors, which are ethanol and the fatty acids, the branched fatty acids, they come from the medium. So the yeast captures these and then liberates keto acids. We have, for example, isoamylic alcohol, or they can go towards an oxidation, and they can go to fatty acids with branched fatty acids with branched chains. But with a project which is called Aromagenesis, which is where my thesis comes from, we really looked closely at these fatty acids, because they have such stable molecules that they do not suffer, they do not undergo the hydrolysis that you find in other fats. So these acids sterify spontaneously, and this sterification that starts during fermentation continues throughout the process of the wine, particularly when you find yourself in a reducing aroma, in a reducing situation. And this is what gives the wine the difference when we look at the wine, the improvement of the aromas is due to these compounds. Why had we never studied them, or we studied them very little? Because they're found in very low concentrations, which makes them quite difficult to quantify. But with the new technologies, we have managed to quantify them without so many problems, and we have been able to do a lot of studies on how they are increased during bottle aging. And their characteristic aromas are red berries, primarily blackberries, strawberries, and all these aromas that have been aged. But in this project, we also asked ourselves, does the type of yeast, the type of strain I'm using, does it have an effect on the wine that I'm going to be aging? Is my bottle-aged wine directly related with the strain that I created? And one of my colleagues studied a large amount of yeast from Lallemand, of all the volatile compounds that were produced after aging for 1 year in the bottle of Tempranillo. And here we can see the high variability of concentrations among all these compounds that were measured. And if we focus on this quadrant, this is where we measured these branched fatty acids and hydroxyesters. Here we find that it had very low concentration compared to these yeasts, which were characterized by quite a large part, and this was also quite particular as well. Also, the compound that within this group is becoming quite important is the ethyl leucate. The ethyl leucate has a major effect on blackberry aromas, and this was found in Bordeaux wines, which had over 20 years aging, and we found the large quantity of these compounds that it had, and the relationship with the perception of notes of blackberries in these wines. This compound was studied in terms of whether if it increased during aging. We analyzed it, and we tried it. It was analyzed in 3 different yeasts, and we could observe the different concentrations that were reached for each one of these yeasts. Once again, everything that's aromatic, quality aromatic compounds are significantly affected by climate change. This example is from a study that was carried out in a CIDA in a very warm area in Australia. The CIDA was picked at 21 degrees Brix and later at 23 degrees Brix. These are normal values. Maybe this is not a dehydrated grape, is it? But due to the high temperatures undergone by this vineyard that had been watered, that had been irrigated, we saw a large decrease of the percentage of these esters at the end of fermentation. So once again, we have wines with a lower aromatic concentrations due to climate change. And as a solution, we again have a tool which is a yeast, Saccharomyces cerevisiae, which is related to longevity. This is the case of Logroño. This is an assay carried out in La Rioja, where we had we looked at one of the products to see if they would have these compounds and if they were related with their precursors. And we could observe how the isobutyric acid was much more concentrated in ruby than in the control yeast. And we said, okay, well, let's analyze it 1.5 years from now so that the esters that we haven't been able to measure then, and we were able to observe once again that the esters are much more the case with respect to the control yeasts on using black pearl. So this is telling me that I have a high capacity of releasing these aromatic compounds during bottle aging. This is another test of a Syrah in France. We were analyzed the esters just as they had been picked, and we found these aromatic compounds. And once again, we analyzed the wine 1 year later, and we saw that Black Pearl had reached extremely high levels, which were more or less in the same concentration when the bottle had just been bottled. And finally, I wanted to show you a test that we did, and we compared Ruby and Red Pearl with a Cabernet Sauvignon in France to carry out fairly simple conditions. We had a sequential malolactic fermentation to maintain exactly the same conditions in both wines. Fermentations were carried out in the 40-liter containers. And this is one of the results. And it shows a little more, a lot more in the alcoholic fermentation. But we measured the tiles in the wine, and we saw the touch of ruby on a greater production of 3-mercaptohexanol. But we also examined the esters in the wine, and we saw that the profile of Black Pearl was being noticed. And with all this, I don't want to say that one yeast is better than the other, but among the two yeasts, I can mitigate some effects of climate change. They can also complement one another, because you can get a great aromatic complexity, red berries and dark fruit, and we can see how each yeast with its profile can be used for what you selected it. And with this, I think I finished. Thank you very much for your attention.
Any questions? If not, we'll move on to the last speaker. Here he comes. I'll start to present him. Ray O'Connor is a Master of Wine. He's Irish, but based in London, United Kingdom. He's been a sommelier for Gordon Ramsay, and 7 years commercial manager of the International Wine Challenge, and the recent years director of wines of Nika Wines. He was responsible for discovering new wines and managing the quality control program. These days, he's a consultant of independent wines, specialized in bulk wines, working on perfection of quality, working with the bodegas, and producing brands for different markets, and also an expert in marketing. He's going to give a presentation, and then immediately afterwards we'll have a tasting of 6 wines. Thank you for coming. Off you go, Ray.
Good morning, just about. Good afternoon, everybody. It is really a pleasure to be here, and it's a full house, which in one way it's intimidating, in another way it's very exciting, because what I'm going to talk to you about is where we are in the world today with wines, trends, styles, and where they might go in the future. And in general, I would say this is the fun part. This is the bit where you can turn half of your brain off. You don't have to work so hard. You just follow this like you're reading a magazine in the doctors or in the dentist. Some bits are interesting, some bits are relevant, and some bits are... There's even some pictures of celebrities in here. So it's that kind of magazine. So, and also I would encourage you, as we go through, is to think critically, to critically challenge what I'm telling you is being done in one market or another, and then decide for yourself, interesting, but nothing to do with me. It's not even legal in my appellation. You know, so just allow yourself to take some and leave the rest. Well, we kick off. I'm going to talk about 5 key trends. So, and in each case, I will read what's on the screen so it can be translated. But alternative packaging, no and low alcohol, sustainability, big reds, and rosé. So with alternative packaging, which actually Michelle had talked about, and I will cover some of the same things in my presentation, but to look at the category of alternative packaging, which can be attractive, I think it's important to apply a SWOT analysis. So what are the strengths, what are the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats? Because if you just say, yeah, cans are trendy, let's go, it's not the right kind of thinking. You have to see for whom and when. So that's what I would encourage. So the strengths of, I'm talking about alternative packaging in general, altogether, the cans, the boxes, the pouches. The benefits or the strengths of this format, these formats, is they are lower in weight, so less carbon impact. So always, I look at things from the eyes of a buyer, an importer. I was a buyer for 10 years, and in that life, I would always be looking 18 months ahead, because I had to line up the wine, see when we would make it, pick it, what the pricing would be. And so I think into the future like this. And so, but in the same idea, through the eyes of a buyer, even if the individual in the UK, in Sweden, and in the USA doesn't care as much about the environment than we do, they are obliged to, because their company has got these parameters and targets they're trying to hit. So everyone, it's almost part of it's part of business now, that you speak the language of CO2 emission. Okay, so just think of it that way, to always have it in your pitch. Consumption in moderation is another benefit of these formats. Cans, okay, they're smaller. Bag-in-box, you can have just one glass without opening the full bottle. Equally, you can have one entire bag-in-box in one night to yourself, so not exactly moderation, but the option is there. And then, not to be underestimated, but innovative design. Everything today, not everything, lots of things today are released with Instagram in mind and social occasions, but imagery is really important. And as you can see from some of the slide here, cans can do it, bag-in-box, those bag-in-box, that's 2 friends of mine. I used to work with them at Naked Wines, 2 girls, Laura and Laura. And but they have made bag-in-box beautiful, you know, and that's you have that opportunity. So some of the weaknesses to keep in mind is a lack of technical understanding. Of course, if you don't have a filling line, which I talk about there, you can have a truck that will pull up. They'll do the filling for you. They will have technical understanding, but you must also consider the adjustments. If it's going into can, what is the SO2? Are you going to have a reductive reaction inside a can? So there's some wine making and finishing of the wine to be considered before you use one of these formats. The shelf life, so typically, and in the next slide I'll show you, but if it's bag-in-box, it needs to turn over. It needs to be selling well. In Sweden, which I'll show you, it sells incredibly well all the time. But it's an understanding between you and your importer. How much do you want to buy? How much do you think you can sell? Are you sure? Because if you don't sell it, it's going to look pretty bad in 1 year. So it's just keeping an eye on its shelf life. And is it recyclable? And to what extent, and how is it recyclable? It's lower weight, but just to consider this as well. This is just a brief summary of some of the technical considerations that you might apply, like I said, lower free sulfur in a can, so you don't have a reductive reaction in the can, and each of them, and then you would need greater sulfur in a bag-in-box, just given the volume. So it's a more permeable environment, bag-in-box. So and again, check these numbers yourself each time, but this is what I summarize them. The opportunities, so staying on the SWOT analysis, the opportunities is on-the-go purchases. And so on-the-go purchase means everyone's busy, a busy lifestyle, but also a fun lifestyle, and so that maybe they want to pick something up on the way to an event like, I say horse racing in the UK, but it's like everybody is posh in the UK. We don't all go horse racing, but you know, basically, if it's a train journey and friends are sitting on the train together, it's a nice social, easy to go. Outdoor events. Glastonbury Festival takes place next weekend. That is bringing a bag and box to a music festival is really handy. It's light, you move around with it, and it's becoming more and more acceptable. And then the new demographic, as Michelle touched on, is it's being able to speak their language, and is this suitable mostly about versatility and lifestyle, and I think the cans can work in this area. And of course, it's market dependent. This is just a quick view of where bag-in-box is today. And of course, I must just recognize that bag-in-box has been around for a very long time, and it was very big in Australia at the beginning of their industry. But typically, in the past 20 years or so, it's always been on the lower shelf of a supermarket. It's the cheapest stuff, and it gave itself a bad reputation. And what the previous slides showed you was it's being reborn, and for all the right reasons. And it will continue to grow, according to Mintel, that it could grow as large as 6.3% of the market. Maybe it won't. That's what they're predicting. This is an idea, so many of you will already, hopefully, work in Sweden in the Systembolaget, so it's a monopoly there, and the tenders, but 52.5% of all Swedish wine, all volume, is in a bag-in-box. It's a huge number, and it has been like that for a long time. It's always been 51 or 52, now it's 52.5. So it's a steady, it's not a trend, it's reliable. One of the reasons is many of them have houses out on the islands in Sweden, and you bring everything, and you must take everything home with you. And they don't want to bring bottles, because they don't want to be traveling back with empty bottles of wine after the weekend, so a bag-in-box is a clever way of consuming wine out on the islands, one of the reasons. But it is already 7.5% of UK volume. So anyway, it's taking ground. Cans, this is in Sweden as well, in the Systembolaget. I took a picture, this is in October. The wine on the left is a natural wine, natural wine from Margaret River, Western Australia. That is probably the most premium wine region in Australia, and they are putting a natural wine in a can, and it sells, it's not cheap, $6. So the purpose of sharing this with you is to show it's sort of, everybody can consider this, whether it's legal in your appellation, of course. And then on the right is a bit more of it's a very aromatic, very fresh and juicy wine from Bulgaria. So two very different origins and styles. The market is open. And finally, on alternative packaging, the threat is RTDs, ready to drink. So these cans, cocktails in a can. And they maybe speak to another generation more than wine does. This is Marks and Spencer's supermarket, but it's in the train station in London, London Marylebone, where I go in and out to go home, where I live. And this is at the entrance when you walk in. So it's a small shop, but it's a supermarket. All of that cans, as you come in, all of it colour, none of it wine. That you've daiquiri, gin and tonic, mojito, and so on. So it looks gorgeous, it's attractive, and it tastes like raspberries. And so I'm just wanting, again, for you to think whatever I say, you need to balance it off. Yes, but is something else sexier? Is something else more interesting in a can than my wine? And that's the way you need to consider things. To low and no alcohol. Two wines, okay, the one on the right does have a little more premium packaging, but these are zero alcohol products. The one on the left cost, RRP stands for recommended retail price. So it's the price in the shop in Tesco, and it's £3.50, called No Secco. And so I will wait to see if they get sued by Prosecco or not, but they're going for it. It is aromatized, so added back in, these characteristics are added back in. The origin is either from France or from Spain, the grapes. They keep their options open, and it's produced by Grancher de France, the biggest producer in France. Okay, and then on the right-hand side, and the purpose of showing you this is that with every new trend is an opportunity for someone to come in and go, okay, well, what if we charge 4 times the price of everyone else? And you just consider yourself, okay, we're premium. And then you'll get 0.5% of the market, and you'll make a lot of money. So here, French Bloom producer, down in the Languedoc, actually not sure of the blend of this, but I think it's a Chardonnay base, and it's £109 in Harrods, which is just a luxury. It's where a lot of money is exchanged in Harrods in London. So I'm giving you 2 extremes of the market just to sort of say anything is possible in here. Again, a quick SWOT analysis of this category. The strengths of low and no altogether is new product development for you, yourself, for your team, to sort of challenge you, dynamize you, to remain innovative. Then, of course, for your importer, because everyone feels they should be looking at this category, and then they taste it and they go, oh yeah, that's why I don't buy it. And, but it's up to them, you know. So to consider this low, no alcohol or low. And when I say low, I'll define it at probably you can say 10.5 to 11.5. Low or lower. There is an actual legal definition in EU rules, so you have to be careful on the labeling about that. So the category. So new products, it's always good to be pushing new things in front of the buyer. The weaknesses is we're going to taste one. It's quite good. It's a sparkling wine we're going to taste now after my presentation. But I went to the London Wine Fair last month, and it probably doubled the size of no alcohol wines that were exhibiting was, you know, there was about 12 different stands showing, and last year there was 5 or 6. And I'd like to say year by year the quality is getting better, but what I want to be is supportive of the intention and the movement, and these things take time. It takes greater research and development so that you don't lose the texture and the flavor and the aromatic, and it actually is worth drinking rather than just saying, you know what, I'll have an apple juice or something like that. So I encourage the development of it, but I think we're still in the early stages of seeing success. The opportunity is messaging, being able to speak to your consumers in another way, to say, you know, for if you're pregnant or driving or taking, you know, October off alcohol, these kind of things. And then the threats, just very quickly in this, is wellness. So this is the kind of thing that Gwyneth Paltrow might develop and sell millions of, is wellness is basically where you're having different natural stimulants, herbs or so forth, into a drink, a non-alcoholic drink, and it gives positive health benefits to the consumer. And depending on who's pushing that, this could have a greater growth as a category than non-alcoholic wine, in my opinion. It is forecast to grow, so CAGR is compound annual growth rate. So between 22 and 2026, it's already taking off and selling 7 billion, and the anticipation is that it would go to 24 billion. Or it falls out and everyone stops talking about it in 3 years or 5 years. I think what we can assume is that somewhere in the middle, whether zero alcohol wine will be as talked about in 5 years or not, or whether 11% red wine might just become more of a new style of red wine and that people actually like. So to put them under the same umbrella sometimes takes away from the potential of one or the other. So just always have a filter in your mind. Am I talking about zero or am I talking about lower alcohol? And this is, I wanted to share with you, this is from Waitrose. You can see on the ground here, alcohol-free and low alcohol. It's POS, point of sale stuff. all of that area, and it's striking, I've gone to a few Waitroses to look at this, all of this was paid for by Diageo. So Diageo are pushing this category. They have a 0-0 Guinness. I'm from Ireland. Guinness is my religion, and it's actually it's very good, actually, I have to say. But this whole they're basically telling people of the world who were never thinking that they shouldn't drink alcohol or reduce their alcohol. The alcohol company of Diageo is telling them this is a new category. So it's any opportunity to find a reason to sell. And Waitrose increasing their percentage, Marks and Spencer's and Majestic, all of them adding new lines or growing existing volumes. Sustainability, I think I'll only touch on this a little bit because Michelle has basically done a mic drop on the whole category, but it's to share a number of sort of philosophies or approaches that you might want to think about. The International Wineries for Climate Action. This is where wineries, you probably know this already, but just to touch on it, it's where wineries invite themselves. They put themselves forward to be audited within an inch of their lives. It's extremely strict and tight process, but you are putting on those audit levels yourself. I had a look myself on the calculator to track greenhouse gas emission reductions. And this is the petrol you use in the tractor, in the vineyard, the water usage, everything, the energy in the winery. It's extremely in-depth, but as Michelle said in her slides, you can't measure it unless you're measuring yourself. You need to just understand where you are today, 2024, and make small targets, improvements for 25 and 26. So it's really good. I know one producer who's in that, Herencia d'Alta in Terra Alta, Rafa and Nuria, and they say it's hard work, but they are part of this movement. So it's an interesting one. And Jackson Family Estate, which was touched on earlier, they've reduced their greenhouse gas by 17.8% in 8 years. But here's the nice bit. They saved $1 million by reducing the glass weight by 5% of their top wines. So in the main wines, I think it's called Vintner's Reserve or something like that, and they've saved this amount of money by reducing the glass weight. And everyone is expecting you to reduce glass weight now. The other is Sustainable Wine Roundtable. This is where mostly it's retailers who've come together. There are also, Jancis Robinson is a member, I think, and there are also other institutions, but mostly, so you have the Systembolaget in Sweden, Alco in Finland, Conchi et Toro, massive wine company in Chile, the biggest, Treasury Wine Estates, and then retailers in the UK like Lidl, Naked Wines, Waitrose, Laithwaites are in there as well. And this is, they sit around a table, virtual, and they have put in their own targets on glass weight reduction, and I was part of it when I was at Naked Wines, and everything was just being moved. The weight of the glass was just being moved the whole time. So the only reason for sharing this is not to sort of preach or to force you. I'm coming back to the buyer mentality myself, is for you to think about what would a buyer be thinking, what are they talking about in their office, what have they committed to in their company philosophy and policy. So you need to be speaking their language and finishing their sentences and saying, and of course we reduced the weight by 15%. Just be on the same page as them is the purpose of this communication, not me saying, do it now. It's, you will sell more wine if you reduce the glass weight. I'm going to skip this, but I wanted to show this because it complements and it somewhat maybe even contradicts what Michelle was saying, but this is the purpose of me. In each thing that I share with you, I want to show the other side of the story, just so it's never simple. But in this study by Globescan and the Wine and Spirit Trade Association, what are the key things that is personally affected customers? What are they worried about? And climate change is right up there. But the increased cost of living is also up there and higher. So we all want to do our part for the environment, but when inflation goes up and the price of everything goes up, people need to feed their families, run their car. So it's a balance. But generally, the communication, as Michelle says, communicating about whether it's organic, sustainable, They have sale value to the customer. Red wine, I'm just going to get some water. So red wine, you guys know this, and I'm not just talking Rioja, all over Spain. You may have noticed a reduction in consumption or sales. And the same is everywhere, in every country around the world. I was in Valpolicella 2 or 3 weeks ago. Amarone sales down by 20%. I mean, that is an iconic and serious wine, but everyone is seeing a reduction. But it is still selling. And whilst I've been talking about lower alcohol red, like 11%, and by the way, we're going to taste a lower alcohol red at 11%, it's also important to balance, that's the future, in my opinion, or that's the next few steps. But currently, these styles of wines, by and large, in UK supermarkets, in US retail, and in the Nordics, these styles of wines continue to sell. And they are, I define them as big reds. So it started with the Prisoner on the left. It was a blend of grapes, Durif, from California, eventually bought out, I believe. Then, inspired by this success and the phenomena of this wine, Gallo from California put their marketing team into action, and it is a phenomenal what they achieved. They basically they spent millions on focus groups, customer research, and they asked the customers for the type of words that speak to them on a wine label, the type of wines they like, and they essentially created a wine around this research so that it would sort of mirror the bigger red profile, but the fruit would be so clear and so evident to them, and the language on the back label wouldn't be complex about, you know, rolling sunsets and fresh. It's just blackberry fruit. They just wanted to know, this is what I'm going to get from this wine, and they taste it, and that's what they get. The message with that point is heritage and regionality and typicity is extremely important to us and our industry. It might be a little less important to the normal customer who's buying toilet paper, cereal, bottle of wine, and so sometimes it helps to keep it simple, stupid, you know, it's just to narrow it down. That might not be for your main wines, but just for, you know, secondary wines. Following that, I just wanted to share with you this wine, 19 Crimes. Maybe you've heard of it already, but if we just take a moment to sort of appreciate it, it's striking, it's scary, it's even maybe ugly, but it captures, it's provocative, and it's speaking, probably not to any of us, but it's speaking to a younger generation, probably male, and it's just a bit sort of aggressive in a way. The brand is called 19 Crimes. It's Australian, owned by Treasury Wine Estates. This particular cuvée is called The Deported, so it's from English prison, English convicts that were shipped down to Australia. And this one is cold brew coffee. So there's coffee extract inside this wine. So it smells of this character. So basically coffee has gone like this, as Starbucks has shown us. And then what do you like to drink? I like to drink wine, beer, coffee. It's like, okay, why don't we put the coffee in with the wine, and then we'll definitely grab the market. So again, I'm sharing some extremes from the market. I'm not suggesting you move to this, but it's just to be aware of what is catching people's attention. And then this last wine, Zinfandel, the variety from California, bourbon barrel aged. So the wine goes into a bourbon barrel to age, and you get these lactones and strong flavors. So some people, I'm not suggesting you do it, but some people go for that impact. They drink something and its impact. It's the complete opposite of what I've just been talking about, lighter 11% red, which we're going to taste. So it's about where are we today and where might we go? And you don't have to do either of them, but just be aware what is being consumed. This is from Spain, Old Vine Tempranillo, in a whiskey barrel. And so it's just maybe the kind of wine. It's only 2,600 bottles produced, wax seal, maybe the type of wine you might buy for your father. Very sexist and old school, I'm sorry. Maybe your mother enjoys whiskey, and as a Father's Day, Christmas Day gift. But you see the sort of, they're trying to, it's bringing different categories into wine. I haven't tasted it. I'm not in a big hurry, but it's interesting to see what's happening there. And then in summary on red, and I'll move on to rosé, and then we're going to taste some wines. In fact, we could start to pour the wines already, please. Thank you. But we've seen massive decline in red wine consumption in France. You might call that drastic. And it is perhaps they don't want to drink the same wine as their parents. They want to move away from this old style culture. They want to do something else. There's a lot of distraction. So is it health, or is it just wanting to take a different approach to what they've always grown up with? But rosé is knocking it out of the park. Rosé, and there's a number of reasons. And by the way, I didn't invite you to ask questions during the presentation or to shout out, but you're very welcome. And at the end, I would invite questions. But if I ask anyone, you could contribute, why do we think rosé is taking off like it is? And by the way, it really is. One of it could be in Northern Europe, UK, Holland, Germany, the weather is warmer for longer. It's also been raining. It's been the worst and wet winter and spring we've ever had, I think. But now that it gets sunny, it stays warmer for longer. And this could be a reason why people might move away from red and towards rosé. But the other will be mostly be around imagery, accessibility. And as a result, seasonality is a thing of the past. So rosé was for summer in the past. And now people are drinking magnums of rosé on Christmas Day, and they are just drinking rosé all the year round. Very sexist-wise, it was often associated or marketed to women, and now you have brosé, so for the guys who drink rosé. And honestly, if you see a group of 8 guys, whether they're on a stag before getting married or it's a work do, you will often see magnums of Whispering Angel or the next Provence Rosé, because its image, they associate, it's actually established itself after being the sort of forgotten about style. It's now the boss. It's now the coolest, sexiest, most premium to be seen with. So that's where we have arrived. How we got here, it can be anyone's guess, but the style, and as you know, Provence Rosé, it's pale. And therefore, how you think about which market you're going for, you might think on the color intensity over the years. I promised you celebrities, and here's another factor which would have played into the growth of rosé. So Brad and Angelina, they're the Miraval in Provence. Sadly, I know you all know this, but they've separated. And they're suing each other and things like that. And she is now selling her half of the estate to a Russian oligarch who Brad hates. And so, that's the best way of winding up and getting back at your ex-lover, is to sell it to a Russian oligarch. So that's what's happening. But it did bring a lot of attention to rosé and to Provence. Bon Jovi, Hampton Water, made in the south of France, I believe. Anyway, it's also entering the category. And then Kylie Minogue, the singer, this is from the south of France, IGP, and it's about 15 grams of sugar, and it is everywhere. It's millions of bottles in the UK, and I believe, I saw her at Provine, big stand, big push. So it's where you have celebrities coming in, and they've chosen pink. Okay, pink it is. And finally, and then Michelle's going to join me up here. We're going to have a tasting. Finally, the growth, the phenomena of what is Whispering Angel, from Sacha Lechine, who was handed the property in Bordeaux from his father. And he said, no, thank you very much. I'm off to the south of France to sit on yachts and avoid all of this stuffy en primeur stuff. And he created Beau Château d'Esclans, and he created this range of wines, which is now the most famous rosé brands in the world. But I wanted to give you just something that struck me, something that I saw and I thought, this is another reason why Provence and Rosé is succeeding so well. And as a disclaimer, I'm an ambassador for Vin de Provence, but I can say what I like. But on the Whispering Angel website, on the Whispering Angel page, they just use 3 words to describe the wine: premium, versatile, dry. And the consumer is like, yeah, thanks. No, nothing about, again, sunsets, soil types, grape varieties, nothing. Premium, versatile, dry. And then on the €200 a bottle, and I think 100%, if not 100, 200% oak Garros, the top wine, equally in premium, luxury, exclusive, powerful. So Rosé is accessible. It's for people who are intimidated by wine, don't really want to get in and learn too much about wine. There's no tannins, so there's nothing angular which demands that you have it with food. The acidity, I've been tasting so many wines from Provence, the freshness is there. The acidity is not jarring. We're going to taste a Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand. It's fantastic, and the acidity is vital. It's really alive. But Provence rosés that just have a texture, everything's in its right place, and it's rounded. And this, by the way, I believe can be achieved elsewhere, but they are knocking it out of the park. And just to conclude, Matthew Dukes, he's a UK wine critic, and he's quoted as saying, "I sense that Garros, the top wine, will one day be mentioned in the same breath as wines like La Tâche, Domaine Romani-Conti." I don't know if that, I don't know. But when you have some authority, some critics saying, this is the new La Tâche, then, you know, make up your prices, go for it. And I would remind you of that £3.50. Do you sell your non-alcoholic wine at £3.50, or do you sell it at £109? You know, we could all do with a bit of profitability in this industry, so don't be shy. I think that concludes, yeah, it does. That concludes my day. Are there any questions? And they can be, you know, from my time as a buyer or anything to do with the presentation. If not, I'm around afterwards and we can have a chat then. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Seguro que durante la...
I'm sure that during the tasting we're going to have questions. You can ask in Spanish, no problem. They get the translation of the questions, so you can ask your questions in Spanish.
My dear friend and colleague, Michelle, back to the stage. And we're going to share with you 6 wines, different styles, and it's not a technical tasting. It's an opportunity to look at a number of wines together, side by side, and just go, okay, that's what's happening in the world, thank you very much. So, yeah, it will be high level, and it's more of an opportunity to taste. What we will do is we have 2 wines served already. The third is coming, but I think we'll start by just taking 3 minutes or so to taste the wines yourselves. I'm going to tell you what they are, and then we'll go back and go through them, and Michelle and I will just sort of share market influences and things like that. So the first wine, where's my doodah? The first wine is from Spain, yay! And it's predominantly Heras, and it's 0% alcohol, and the RS, residual sugar, 38. So that's wine number 1, the sparkler. And by the way, there are many non-alcoholic wines that are still. I think sparkling and the spritz can help, but that's the first one. Second wine in your glass should be Oyster Bay from New Zealand. So this is right back to thiols and expression and vibrancy. So keep those in mind, and then I might be able to, you probably have an idea of the yeast types. And then the third wine you're going to taste is Albarino from Paquelola in Rías Baixas. Okay, andiamo. Okay. We're just going to high level talk about the wines, probably more about the market potential of the wines rather than specifically the winemaking. But I'll kick off on the Freixenet Zero Alcohol Sparkling. And there is a great level, I have found, this is personal opinion, a great level of consistency in the no alcohol wine category. There's a lot of similarities in the aroma and the flavor. They don't differ very much, which is maybe a pity. But it's on the palate here of this wine where we start to see, you get the juiciness, and it is the residual sugar that brings it. But this is a thoughtful decision made by Freixenet to capture and retain the demographic, the audience. And this is probably the most important thing about no alcohol and rosé, is we've been talking about how we might be losing new generations of customers to cocktail drinks, ready to drink. And anyone or any wine that is holding on to people or bringing new people in is working for all of us. And so we're grateful for this movement. So yes, like I said, a lot of the still wines, non-alcoholic still wines that I've tasted, I considered them at the dawn of what is achievable. And currently, I would imagine that sparkling wine, for the popularity of sparkling wine, but also because of the CO2 and the RS, it's a good idea for non-alcoholic wines. And you're blessed in Spain, you've got good options of sourcing that. So whether it was a wine you did outside of your main brand and it was developed to get some market traction, it's a good, there's an institute you probably all know already, but it's called Bev Zero, 20 minutes outside of Madrid, you know IREM, and they do a good job on, you send the wine there, they reverse the alcohol out and they give it back to you. And there's some legal limitations, but Bev Zero is who you could start to talk with. Michelle, your thoughts on wine one?
Yeah, well, a couple things is, we talk a lot about people are not drinking. The reality is a lot of people are opting for other beverages or they're moderating their drinking. So to your point, I think it's important to keep them in the wine category when they want to alternate. And it's been proven through research that, you know, when we look at the consumption of alcohol in general going down, people are still drinking, but throughout the course of the night, they might go from a glass of wine and then go for something else and go back to alcohol liters, so they don't drink as much. So I think, as Ray mentioned, for me, the sparkling wine is the most consistent style in the no alcohol. At Provine this year, Mioneto, which is part of the same group of Henkel, they launched a product called Aperitivo. And basically, it imitates the Aperol. And they do a package where you can buy Mioneto and the Aperitivo. So people can, and the Aperitivo is non-alcoholic also. So they're giving the little package to say, hey, here, you know, we're keeping you within the wine industry. When you don't want to have your spritz with alcohol and you want to take a break, you can still drink wine, but here is the toolkit to not drink alcohol. So, and Ray mentioned earlier also, don't be afraid to charge more. I think a great example of this, there's a famous place in London called Pall Mall. They are selling, they're listing a sparkling wine called Naughty Chardonnay. Oh, yeah. And the Naughty Chardonnay, I think, is around £30, or it's one of the, it's expensive. Like there, it's upper premium, non-alcoholic sparkling wine. And if you look at the journalist, that's one, I haven't drank it yet because it's not in my market, but it's one of the non-sparkling, non-alcoholic sparkling wine who's been doing very well, and they are selling into the upper premium category. So I think as we are figuring out how to make palatable non-alcoholic red and white, because I do still think it's a challenge. I think the sparkling seems to be an option.
Yeah, and I have tasted Naughty, the sparkling and the still wine, and one thing that from the technical side of things I just go, you need to stay on top of the freshness, because when it loses the little bit of freshness that it has, when it loses any of the little aromatic that remains after you've spinned out with a spinning cone or vacuum, when you lose that little bit, then it doesn't leave too much. So it's a delicate science, and that's what I'm saying. We are in the early days of this understanding. So, but keep that aromatic freshness in mind if you do decide to get into that category. Wine number 2. Can you please empty glass number 1? And the guys are going to come around and pour the rosé, and then we'll keep going. Wine number 2 is what is my thing?
Oyster Bay.
Oyster Bay from New Zealand, which is, you know, I think it's good to take a moment in 2024 when we're talking about no and low alcohol, and we're talking about rosé being the most popular wine. It is the most popular trendy wine in the world at the moment, but reflecting on New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc, because there was a time in the early 2000s or mid-90s and later when this thing came onto the market and people were like, what the hell is this? As Oz Clarke calls it, it's a democratic wine. It's a wine for the people. It was a wine that actually gave something back to the people rather than the people being the 80% of the market, not the 20% who are engaged. And Sauvignon Blanc, well, we know how popular it is, but you know, New Zealand sort of retaught the French how to preserve Siols in the vineyard and in the winemaking. So it's a huge success. New Zealand in general as a country, it's as long as, I think, from Denmark to the South Rhone. So very long country, but you're constantly influenced. The furthest inland anywhere is about 140 kilometers. So everywhere in the country as it goes down, there's this maritime influence. So they benefit from this freshness. And Marlborough was the one that started. It was sheep rearing territory, and actually sheep outnumber humans in New Zealand by 5 to 1. There's 5 million humans and 25 million sheep, but enough about the sheep. Their other industry is wine, and they are a fantastic industry. 96% of production is are certified sustainable, and they lead the way in that. Talking about this wine in particular, Oyster Bay, owned by Delegates, a large, very large operation, but they've understood the benefits and properties of yeast strains from the beginning, and I think other countries and winemakers around the world have learned and adopted and actually cultured yeasts, which have been successful there to achieve the 4-MMP, 3-MH, 3-MHA. I wrote a research paper on bulk shipping Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand to bottle in Germany using Pure Lees Longevity from Lallemand, and it was studying the preservation of 3-MH, 3-MHA. So, thank you very much, sorry. Gracias. So, on tasting the wine, this is 2023. It's under screw cap, which 96% also is under screw cap. They received a large batch of bad corks in the 90s, New Zealand and Australia, and most places forbid cork. So it's 2003. It's still fresh. I think we're losing some of the potential thiols on the nose, but on the palate, it's exuberant and generous, and you start to list off all of the typical flavor characteristic, grapefruit, guava, and it's developing in that sense. But also they achieve a beautiful texture. It has a beautiful textural quality to the wine, which it's not a complex wine, and that's why it sells. It's a wine for the people. We drank last night El Coto, Rioja Sauvignon Blanc from Rioja. It's also fantastic. It was so fresh, so vibrant. So it can be done here. Yeah, Michelle, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's amazing that this style, you know, I thought it was a fashion, stayed fashionable after, you know, late 80s. They started to do that style, and now we're many more years later, and even the Australian import a lot of Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand, so it's really around the world. And I think what strikes me is, you know, you were talking about the yeast, and what they do is to keep that consistency. As a consumer, when you buy that, the reason it's still #1 sell in the US, in the UK, the only thing, the #1 Sauvignon Blanc, I think it's still the #1 Sauvignon Blanc in the UK, in the US, Canada is the second. But one of the reasons it's still popular is its freshness, its brightness, it's not complicated, and the consumer knows what to expect. There's a consistency, because you could do that one vintage, but if you don't do that year after year, you will lose the consumer. And Oyster Bay has been very good at preserving that, and they change the yeast from year to year, you know, to really make sure that they maximize. It's almost like a non-vintage champagne when it's always tasting the same thing from year to year. And I think it's been key to the success also.
Yep.
Which is also a bit, you know, we talk about the mass consumer, so it's ironic, because for us, of course, what we love is the difference between vintages, you know, what each vintage brings, and that's why we're in the wine industry. But that's not what the main consumer are looking for.
Yeah, I think we have a question. Is that right?
Voy a poner.
Es una pregunta.
At this point, speak on behalf of my colleagues in Lallemand. In New Zealand in particular, we're very involved with the longevity of wines, especially in Sauvignon Blanc. And hard to believe that something like the influence of our product in the longevity of wine, a year and a half, 2 years afterwards, you know, with the yeasts active, and these aromas are not lost. And I mention it because I think in these wines in particular, it's a very interesting point.
Thank you.
Una pregunta por allí. Creo que hay un micro de...
I think we've got a microphone somewhere, a moving mic.
¿Sí?
Residual sugar, 0, or just a little bit?
Just a little bit, I would imagine, 4.
4, and the case of the Albarino is the same, more or less?
That I don't know, but I think it's less. I strongly believe it's less.
I can find that out for you. It's on my...
Yeah.
Okay, and it was really interesting, the label of the Freixenet, the sparkling.
Yeah.
It's like low calorie or something like that in the label.
Yeah.
Really clear, but it's 38 grams of sugar.
That's the kind of contribution to this exchange today, which is really valuable.
It's the kind of contribution.
Or you know, and eventually, will there be lobby or a policy, you know, around, and maybe the EU steps in 3 years or 5 years and says you can no longer say this. I'm continuously surprised that you can, but I choose to stay out of that argument. I'm busy doing something else. Yeah, but it's a really good observation. Yeah.
Just for your information, the Albarino is 2.5 grams of sugar.
Beautiful texture. So moving to the Albarino, as Michelle said, in the 90s, in the takeoff of Sauvignon Blanc, it was perhaps then more towards 2000, where people had drunk their body weight in oaked Chardonnay from California, and then they said anything but Chardonnay. So there was an osmotic drive away from Chardonnay, big, round, oaky, and that's where Sauvignon Blanc entered stage left and took over the whole show. Today, Sauvignon Blanc remains the #1 bestseller in the UK, in the US, Canada, but there are those who may have Sauvignon fatigue, where they've taken all these expressive styles that they can handle, and they just want to dial it down a little bit. And I mean they are in the minority, because Sauvignon Blanc is still the boss. And enter Albarino, which is just an absolutely beautiful, ideal. It is aromatic and expressive, but the thiols come in a different form. And what it also brings is a beautiful textural quality. And the textural quality can present itself as saline. Don't ever put that on a wine label, because they won't buy it. But we talk to each other. A little bit of weight and textural, because they do sobralias extremely well. And Albarino in Ireland, I'm from Ireland, I live in the UK, but Albarino is the #1 wine. Everyone wants Albarino. Every importer is looking to add another Albarino to their list. So this is, again, we're just sharing, or maybe you know it already, but when we pause together and look at 6 wines, we go, okay, June 2024, got it. So just a little bit about the winemaking on this one, which I do have. They are using different yeasts for different purposes. I'm going to need my glasses here. Actually, Michelle, I'll hand over to you for a moment for your thoughts on the Albarino.
No problem. So Albarino, I think, has a great future for all the reasons you just said. It's easy to drink. It can be simple. Depending on how you do it, it can also be complex. And I think in the world of premiumization, Sauvignon Blanc, I mean, you could, of course, if you're selling a Sauvignon Blanc at, I'm thinking in Canadian dollar, but at $22 retail, it is premium, right? But you also find Sauvignon Blanc at $10. However, if you look at the New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc from Marlborough, which most of them are meant to drink now, there's only so much premium you can go up. Albarino has the advantage to age. I remember visiting Pezzo de Senhoran in Rias Baixas and having their very, very top wine made from old vines. And you try this when it's young and it's too tight. And you're like, okay, it's unfair to drink it now. It's going to improve. So I think the opportunity for the Albarino is you're reaching a broad spectrum of consumer, and the consumer who starts drinking something more simple but wants to spend more and try something more premium, then you can. I don't think that, but as we were saying to another producer yesterday, to talk about the premium side or upper premium side of Albarino, I think a few producers are going to need to get together to get that message out. But again, talking about success and getting inspired by the success of Sauvignon Blanc in New Zealand, they have a population of 4 million people. That is the population of a province in Canada. It's tiny. And yet, everyone around the world know about that style. So I think it's inspiring to see that and say, okay, we can be a small region and make a huge impact on the commercial level. So.
And I think the same applies to rugby. They were the best in the world until Ireland came along, and now we're the best. We're also 4.5 million people. Just on the yeast, on some of the winemaking on this Albarino, they're using QA23. It's an Alvarinho selection, yeast from Vino Verde in the north, cross evolution, each of it adding something different for the style that they're looking for. It has they each bring different benefits, different purposes, and D47 for Lee's aging style, which is the style that has made this wine successful. There's also Noblesse and Pure Lee's longevity, which is what we get this nice, it's the sort of second act in this wine. We get beautiful saline, grapefruit aromas. We feel the same on the palate, but it's this sort of like part 2 that you get in the texture of this wine, and that can be achieved with, the right thoughtfulness and certain products, or else just how they approach it. And lastly, on Albarino, when something is a hit, like Sauvignon Blanc is a hit, and then everyone, including Rioja, is planting Sauvignon Blanc and doing a good job, we're seeing Albarino planted in Kent in the UK. It's also wet, cold, windy. It grows really good examples in New Zealand. Villa Maria do one, and so It's
Canada.
Canada, really, as well.
Yes.
And I know that Chile, about 15 years ago, Chile imported clones to, but it's going through the nursery process. And I think we're going to see more Albarino. But I think, as you touched on, it sits in a pricing category. It'll probably always be £12 to £16, and that's not a bad thing either. Bon.
Yeah.
Can you please empty your Albarino glass? And so we should have, we'll move on to the rosé, and then you have a light red, and then we finish with the final red. So in the meantime, will we take 3 minutes, taste the rosé? I'm going to tell you what they are. Rosé and the next 2 reds, assuming that the second red arrives in that time. So the rosé, I'll have to do it from here. So actually, this was recommended by you, Michelle.
Yeah.
I'll just give you the basic info now, but we'll have the discussion afterwards. Produced by Gérard Bertrand in the south of France, blended Grenache, Syrah, Sanso. But take note of the packaging. Rosé today demands great packaging, but we'll talk about that in detail afterwards. And then the following wine, this event is not sponsored by Gérard Bertrand, but it's also another Gérard Bertrand wine, purely because it's a wine that we wanted to show. It has, we haven't even written it up there, I haven't. It's 11% alcohol, this wine called Chou Chou. And I'll come back and talk about the various profile of it. But yes, the red wine is 11% alcohol red, okay? And then you will be receiving, the third and final wine is beautiful wine from Beaujolais. It's Côte de Brouilly, so the grape is Gamay. And the purpose, well, we'll go into detail afterwards, but it's just to sort of show giving wines maybe with less extraction or just approachability and roundness and completeness, okay? And you see the price is a lot more expensive. So those are the 3 wines, and then we'll discuss. So 3 minutes. Very good. Okay, yeah. So, 3 lovely wines, in my opinion. We start with the rosé, and I'll kick off by saying this is what Vin de Provence might consider a dupe, a wine that is looking to duplicate the success and the style of Provence. And it's a free market, so people will do it, and then it's for the customer to decide, do they detect any quality differences. But what we see in here, so pale color, no question about it. And the Centre de Rosé, a research institute in Provence, established 25 years ago. They do some great work with Lallemand, in fact. And they study everything. There's a competition called Mondial de Rosé. They receive about 900 to 1,000 entries. And they've been tracking, or Natalia Poluzge has been tracking this competition. They analyze every single wine in the competition for the past 10, 15 years or longer. And what they see is a reduction in the color intensity, intensité couleur, throughout the world, around the world. But in many regions outside of Provence, they have seen an increase in pH, a reduction in acidity, and always a reduction in residual sugar. We must remember the huge success of wine that was Gallo White Zinfandel, which was deep pink and had about, what was it, 30 grams, 32 grams of sugar.
40 grams.
Well, you're North America. We're on a diet in Europe here. Yeah. But so that was a style possibly that contributed to this pale style. It was, again, signposting, customers drinking with their eyes or buying with their eyes. Deep pink equals 35 grams of sugar. So they went, I don't want sweet wine, I want dry wine. And so it was taken quite extremely back to real paleness. But in Provence and in certain areas, they've managed to maintain a consistent pH, and that just comes back to picking dates, various sites, and so forth. So there's incredible research that started years and years ago that has contributed to where we are today, where it's a phenomena around rosé, and it's been sort of led, I would say, in part backstage by Centre de Rosé. Here in the south, this is Languedoc, south of France. It is, I think it's an attractive wine, easy drinking. Again, everything is in its right place. We don't feel the acidity, we don't feel the fruit. We get a little bit of red currant, a little bit of raspberry, but not too much. So it's facile à boire, easy to drink, like this. For you guys in Spain, and depending on where you are, ranging from Rioja Alavesa to Valencia, it is about what you might want to achieve or maintain in the wine. Color can be done generally, let's say, color can be achieved with the right processing aids and so forth. But I tasted 8 Australian rosés. I was judging at the International Wine and Spirit competition, and I was tasting rosé all day, nothing from Provence, and I had 8 Aussie Australian rosés. They all looked exactly the same, all extremely pale. And I'm sorry to say, I love Australia, they didn't really taste of much or anything. So I'm sharing this with you as a gift to say, follow the trend because it will sell, but try and capture something somewhat regional in your varieties, your sites that goes in there so you feel a bit tension, energy, something like that. But don't feel in the wine at £12, so at €3, €4, €3, that you don't feel you need to add a great level of complexity in there, you know, but you should have some texture. That's what Provence has, what many don't have, is this textural quality. And Michelle and I are here strictly not allowed to talk about products, but if I was to talk about it, you're just looking for something that gives a supple mouthfeel. Remember, it's the experience. Remember what Whispering Angel say, premium, versatile, dry, but it's just about a texture. There's no tannins, there's no acidity, so there has to be something, a little bit of red currant and a little bit of roundness. Sorry. So that's what can be achieved, and it's just to keep something in mind. In this wine, I find it refreshing. It's lovely. It could do with a bit more of a textural element. What do you think? You selected it.
I selected it for a few reasons. I was going to mention the color, you already did, but I did work also for rosé at some point, and it's amazing when you look at the wheel of color throughout the rosé in the world and the changing color. And in Bardolino, they had like a meeting and decided, you know, to change the color of the rosé to fit with the trend. I chose this wine because this is a great example of a producer who's took the trend. Gérard Bertrand sells all over the world. The US market is a very important market. This rosé is 60% of their business in the US. It's huge. Wow. It has seen double-digit growth in a year. If you know, for those of you, you might know Gérard Bertrand, he makes a lot of wine, and US is a huge market. So knowing that this is 60% of his business in the US is huge. And he's found the color, but I think the key point, it does taste like something. Because I agree with you, When I was practicing for my MW, I did a kind of a course day, they call it, to train us, and we had 4 rosé blind. And it was really clear, they were all the same color. It was really clear which one was from Provence, but the next one to it, that was the most interesting, was actually from Rioja. It was Muga Rosé, and you know, I tasted it and I said, it's Rioja, but it's because it has depth and texture. It cannot just be pale because the consumer will not come back to it. They're not, you know, you need to give something. But I think it's a great example of, you know, during Ray's presentation, when you look at all the trend and we're saying, this is just for you to know what's happening in the world and be aware of it and what do you do with it. Gérard Bertrand is still making his really, really expensive red, right? That he's trying to show that the Languedoc can make wines equivalent to Bordeaux. That's his goal. He makes Clos du Temple, his rosé, at $300. So he still has his upper premium. He's not compromising that, but he's also taking the opportunity, saying this is what the world is asking, and this is a chance for me to reach out to another range of consumer and make the most of the trend and be successful. So for me, in that sense, Gérard Bertrand, and also everywhere he goes, and he's very present in every market. I think he comes to Canada 4 times a year. He goes to the US all the time. He always has that message of sustainability. It was official in January 2024. They are now they have now in the world the most acreage in the world in biodynamic. So he's done a lot of work. First, it doesn't mean that you have to go biodynamic, but the whole sustainability message, he is communicating that everywhere he goes. That's another strong asset that he has, on top of understanding what the market is looking for. So I think there's something to be learned from his success.
Yeah, absolutely. And the packaging. The bottle, of course, it matters a lot, but we won't spend too much time on it. But there's also studies by the Centre de Rosé around light strike. So these clear glass bottles, how will that affect the aromas over time? The study is called Pig Rosé, I think. And but so far, no complaints from most people, but we must keep it in mind. We move on to the first red. So this is called Le Chouchou, from Gérard Bertrand again, but we wanted to include it and show it to you because it is an example of a wine that has aimed for 11% alcohol, and maybe that's enough of a move into this category. And in my personal opinion, I think they've done a very good job. I was presenting in Italy 2 or 3 weeks ago, and afterwards, that was the wine I went to have a glass of. So the blend Grenache Syrah Cinsault, priced £16. I find that quite startling. So that's, remember, less can be more. And the other really important thing, and if I can share anything from a buyer perspective, is in the UK, just as one market, but you know the wines have a duty, a tax related. It was always, well, it would change and go up almost every year. It was £2.26 on a bottle of red wine, white wine, rosé wine. That was the duty. So you think of your export price, you turn it into sterling, you add an import cost and an importer's profit, and then out of nowhere, you add on £2.26 for the government. That has changed now, and it then went up to £2.67. We're in that period at the moment where it's up at £2.67, so it's just another loss of profit for the retailer. And from February 2025, it will become live or action that for every 0.5% that the wine goes up, you have an increase of about 12, 14p as it goes up, a little higher. So if your wine is 12.5 or if it's 13, that matters. You know, in terms of negotiation with a large supermarket, who wants the 12p that's on the table? Because that's what you fight over. It's 6p and 12p. And if you can give them 12p back and don't cause any arguments, then it's welcome. So it's not easy to achieve a lower alcohol, I appreciate. But a wine like this, 11%, it's right down. I think it'll be something like 1.8 duty, okay? So it's thinking again from the buyer's perspective. What do they need from me? They need lower alcohol, not because they're fitness freaks, it's because it's money that they are losing to the government, and they want to keep the price at X, and it goes. Bear in mind, the non-alcohol, the 0.0 sparkling we had at the beginning, I think the price was £11, £12. It has no alcohol in it, there is no duty, but they kept it at a premium. That is a premium in the UK, by the way, £12. So someone's making money there, and good for them. But you don't have to have a lower price. Making sure you maintain an element of premium quality. In summary, and then I'll hand back to Michelle, you're doing it, think of it as they're your customers and you're thinking of them. That's why you're adding this new wine into the market, because you're thoughtful of what they might want. It's up to them if they buy it or not. It's not to give them a cheaper wine, it's to give them another different wine.
Yeah. I think what I find fascinating about this wine is if I put beside that wine a rosé from Tavel, and I ask you to choose, to see which one is a light red, which one is a rosé, and a rosé from Tavel is dark because they do it by maceration, it would be very hard to know. What's interesting is the rosé from Tavel, being in the rosé category, is not doing well because it's dark rosé. People want light rosé. In fact, Tavel, if it was sold as a light red, would do well. But when we look at the light red like this, then it does well. So I find it fascinating. But I think this is, for me, the style of wine that the young people want to drink. I call it hashtag glue glue, right? It's easy to drink, and I would encourage, if you can, I think to me it's a great way to interest the young consumer into the wine category. If they're trying to drink less alcohol, something that's easy, quaffable, uncomplicated. We know that the red wine are going down, but people are drinking light, bright, fresh red. And that's throughout all markets, maybe except Vietnam, China, Brazil, Portugal, but most of the countries, people are going for that style, and I think with a branding like this, you are going to attract. I know that in my market in Quebec, that style is highly, highly popular.
Yeah. It's a red wine for rosé drinkers, which there are more. We are running out of time, I guess, Raul. Oh, we have a question?
Yo tengo una pregunta.
Question, an anecdote, because when I brought the wines on Monday, the whites went to the fridge, the reds stayed outside, and my doubt was, what temperature should we drink this wine? I'll give you my opinion later as a consumer.
I'll be a politician for a minute. It depends. And but it's another offering. It's innovation, new product development, and again giving the choice to the importer, but also to the customer. It's up to you. You decide. People are, like, I can tell you in Northern Europe, I'll speak for the UK where I live, but ain't nobody chilling their reds, you know, and they just, it's what the Australians tell us to do and the South Africans do it, but it hasn't arrived yet, chilling your red. It will, because climate change is coming, things are getting hotter, and it could even be a product like this that says, oh, have you seen the new thing? You chill your red. But honestly, it's as old, that's where the mentality is. But it is chillable, yes.
Well, we're a bit ahead of him in Quebec. People chill the red. And I think the trade is really involved in communicating that to consumer. So if they go to a restaurant, they tell the consumer if they go at home, they should chill the red. There's a strong presence on media, on television, on radio, and it's a message that's getting highly communicated. So I would say that in Quebec, we've gone a long way in telling people to chill red, and it's, I'm on a TV show that's it's been 17 years of the TV show. It's really well known. And people email me all the time saying, oh, I've put this at this temperature. Is it okay? So there's a huge awareness that's growing in my market in terms of chilling red.
Yep, communication. Okay, there's one wine between you and lunch, and we won't keep you too long. The next wine, final wine, really we included because we love Beaujolais. Not as much as we love wines from Spain, but second to Spain, we love Beaujolais. It's the Gamay grape. Not as a variety, not in terms of viticulture, but in terms of final potential of the wine, I find some similarities between Gamay and the potential of Garnacha and or Tempranillo. And when we look at this wine, it is about a fruit expression. There is some extraction we can see, but what you have in what I interpret from this wine is clarity of fruit, like signposted. It is strawberry, but not sweet strawberry. There is raspberry, some pomegranate, and then you have a nice tension. And Beaujolais is all, there's 9 different crus, like villages that express, and they all taste differently. It's amazing, but they all do speak of a sense of place. Fleury would be the softer, juicier one, and then this Côte de Brouilly, a bit like Heras. That's where they're on granitic soils, and you really do get some site expression. So the reason for including this wine in here, apart from we like to drink it, is just bringing back a good generosity of fruit expression, nice and clear, thinking that the consumer, I'm talking about the 80% here, they just want to be able to see 1 or 2 different fruits they identify, but it's a wine of quality, depth, length, intensity. What do you think?
Yeah, I think what's really fascinating, and I'll speak about my market, and maybe you have a different reality in your market, Ray, but the Beaujolais Nouveau, you know, the carbonic maceration, inexpensive, flooded the shelves in my market for a long time, and it turned off people the same way people were turned off by sweet rosé. So all of a sudden, even the Cru Beaujolais, the top Beaujolais, you know, if you buy a Moulin Avant, you can age it for 10 years, 15 years, and it's stunning. So those very top Beaujolais were all put in the same bag, and people were no longer interested in Beaujolais. It was very difficult to sell Beaujolais, and now I always make a joke with consumer, if you want to look cool with the sommelier and the wine expert, buy Beaujolais. It's the best. We love it. And now there's like Beaujolais, when I go to the SAQ, I cannot believe how much Cru Beaujolais we have available. And these are not inexpensive. You know, you start at 20, but can go up to 35, and they sell. So, you know, we talk about trend, and I think it's really good to reflect on that, is trends, they change and they come back also. So, you know, what is not popular now will probably become popular again. And for me, Beaujolais is a great example of this. Right now, Beaujolais has never been as hot. People love it, they drink it, and I think it's great because it's approachable for the consumer who doesn't know much about wine, but the sommelier who has wine knowledge will also drink the Beaujolais. So it's something that really pleases a wide spectrum of people. Yeah. Yep,
that's it. And the sommelier, you hear, I guessing we have some whole bunch fermentation, a little bit stemmy, not green, but a little bit of sort of, yeah, I would imagine. So the wine it pops, but then it's still elegant. So and good. Garnacha and Tempranillo, they can do this, of course. Bon, I think we'll wrap it. Yeah. Thank you very much, and thank you to the staff who aren't in the room, but who were pouring. So when we see them for lunch, we'll say thank you. And thank you very much to Lallemand for inviting Michelle and I to do this.
And thanks to Raoul, who's done an amazing job organizing all of this.
Any questions? Everybody's...
So,
it's early for Spain.
Oh, it's true.
Concluimos la...
So we're concluding then today's event. Thank you, everybody, for coming. especially those who come from further afield, from London, from Canada, Portugal, and from all parts of Spain. It's been a very productive morning. I've learnt a lot. I hope you as well. And at the end, everything consists in sharing knowledge, what's happening in other places, and developing this wonderful world, the world of wine together, which we all feel so passionately about. Many, many thanks to Ray and Michel for. We've been together for 3 intense days, and they're great professionals and lovely people. I hope to see them in La Rioja again soon. And now time for a bit of a snack, and see you again soon.